Good morning, everyone, and we welcome you to this session of the San Angelo City Council. It is 9:02, and if the council is ready, left wing, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Right wing, you ready? I will call this meeting to order.
Bless you.
And as always, we will start our meeting with prayer. Ed Lopez, if you would come forward, please, sir. Good to see you, buddy.
Please join me as we pray. Dear wise and loving Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health that we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance and for friendship. We thank you, Lord, for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Father God, in the scriptures you've said that citizens ought to obey their governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, Lord Father, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. And I'm asking you that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Give them a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, and confidence in what is good and fitting, with the ability to work together in harmony. And Lord Father, bless them with personal peace in their lives and joy in their task. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of San Angelo. And bless us, O Lord, with much needed rain. For it is in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that we pray. Amen.
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 Thank you, Ed. Boy, he's got a voice like Darth Vader, hasn't he? And now I'm going to ask Esker Whited and Oakley Arledge to come forward, and they will be doing our pledge. Come forward, ladies. Y'all ready? Let's start with that one. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor
the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you very much, girls. I appreciate it very much.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Huh? And just for the record, may I announce that these two girls were the National Geographic Spelling Bee winners. Very good. Proud of you. And we're going just a little bit off of agenda this morning, but we have got a group of people in our audience this morning that deserve a lot of recognition and a lot of honor because they have done something that's not been done before, and that is our Water Valley boys basketball team that went to state and won the state tournament and represent us in the Concho Valley and in Tom Green counties as the state winners. And at this time, I would like for the coaches and the boys and the cheerleaders come forward. We need some speeches, and then I want you to introduce yourself, and then we're going to take a picture. This is a good-looking group of kids, and we're very, very proud of what you've accomplished. It's truly an honor to have you here this morning. Come back in. Here we go.
My name is Andy Copley. I'm the boys basketball coach. It's a huge honor for us to be here today. We truly appreciate the invitation. Anytime we get a chance to come forward and have our kids recognized, we jump at that opportunity. They're beginning to realize what they've accomplished. At the time, it was just a game, and we tried to encourage them to keep it at just a game, and then after the fact, we can make it as big as we want once we take care of business. But we've had the opportunity to coach these kids for 4 years, and they've had just a great career, not just this year. These senior boys have won 112 games and 43 football games. Just had a tremendous career academically and athletically, and all the kids, but especially these seniors. But we thank you for having us come this morning and allow them to introduce themselves. Of course, no one's fired up about that's behind me, especially the young ladies. But I would like to introduce first my assistant, John York. He's back here somewhere. Stand up. Okay. He is our athletic director and football coach. Manuel Gamboa, the pretty one at the back. Tara Rogers is our cheerleading sponsor here. And we appreciate the cheerleaders as well. If there's any questions, I'd gladly field them. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the kids and allow them to introduce themselves so I can get them back to school. Brent Kirkland, also our high school principal, is here as well. And he's also daddy, like I am, to two of these young men. Coach York's son also. We're all involved as coaches, as administration, and as parents on this team, which is neat as well, as is Tara. Anything? Before I turn it over to these guys, beginning with seniors, we as a team would like to thank Mary Morrison for the invitation, and we'd like to present you with a gold medal.
First thing I ever won.
But thank you again. Senior boys, you can introduce yourselves, tell them your position, your class, and anything else you'd like. But I think before I do that, I have one little story. Of course, at the state tournament this year, we had the privilege of having Shaquille O'Neal at our game. He was at the tournament being introduced as a 25-year-old honor player from San Antonio Cole. And at our game, actually, he was there, and he sat on the front row right across from our bench and watched us play. So, our bench had one eye on him and the other eye on the game. And I honestly didn't notice him until the fourth period. Was he there the whole game? Okay. Yes. And I had cottonmouth the whole game. I was more worried about that than I was anyone sitting across from the bench. But he sat over there and just a giant of a man. And as the game went on and we kind of pulled away, I began to kind of notice the surroundings and the environment, and I noticed him. But I really noticed him when the kids were all pointing at him and laughing because he was standing over there or sitting over there laughing back at us. And that's when I really noticed him. And what had happened on the court was some kids had gone in the game, and one back here, not to name names, but initials are Tanner Counts. And he was attacking the basket and lost his balance, fell pretty hard, turned the ball over, slipped, and basically caught himself with his face on the floor. And I don't think Shaq would have laughed at that necessarily, but our bench kind of exploded. And when he was pointing at our bench and laughing, and his teeth are about that big as well, and you could just – it was pretty neat. And then Tanner turned around. Somehow he kept his mind because he hit his head pretty hard. And he turned around and fouled the kid from behind, but they didn't call it. He ripped the ball away, and then he went and scored. He probably doesn't remember it, but in all that sequence, it was about 10 seconds, but it felt like it was about 2 minutes. And Shaq couldn't keep himself from laughing. And then after the game, he came into the hallway and was laughing with him, one-on-one as he met with our team and took a team picture with us as he was congratulating us. And and laughing and joking with us. So it was a lot of fun having him there as well. So not only did we get to go play in the state tournament, we got to spend post game with Shaquille O'Neal. So that was pretty neat. And Drew Darby, he was very kind to us as well. Both years we've gone down there. Questions? Okay. And I guess after you do it,
Just circle back around. We're going to take a picture right up there.
Alrighty. I'm Brock Demery. I'm a senior, and I am the starting power forward here at Water Valley.
Connor Copley. I'm also a senior and the starting point guard.
I'm Trey Hannon, and I'm a senior, and I'm the starting small forward.
I'm Kellen Kirkland. I'm a senior, and I'm a starting post.
I'm Cameron Copley. I'm a freshman, and I'm the starting shooting guard.
I'm Cody Zuniga. I'm a junior, and I'm a post.
I'm Sam Shepard. I'm a junior, and I'm a 5'9" post.
I'm Tanner Counts. I'm a junior, and I'm a guard.
On your face.
I'm John Suarez, post. I'm a junior.
I'm Devin Glass, junior, post.
I'm Ty Harris. I'm a freshman, point guard.
I'm Asher Rogers. I'm sophomore and a wing.
Cade York. I'm a junior post.
Tyler Hoover, freshman post.
Jared Urbanky, sophomore, and forward.
Ladies.
I'm Abby Glass, and I'm a senior, and I'm a cheerleader.
I'm Haley Rogers. I'm a senior and I'm a cheerleader.
I'm Carrie Long. I'm a junior, and I'm a cheerleader.
I'm Geneva Gutierrez. I'm a sophomore and a cheerleader.
I'm Katie Baker. I'm a freshman and I'm a cheerleader.
I'm Elena McCoy, and I'm a freshman, and I'm a cheerleader.
I'm Addie York. I'm a freshman, and I'm a cheerleader.
Maddie Shepard, freshman, cheerleader.
Did we get them all? I think so. Let's get them up right here. Let's have a picture.
Need the chair.
Thank y'all very much. Really appreciate it. Good bunch of kids. We'll bring you back next year when you win the next one. Okay, next on the agenda is the West Texas Hunger Coalition, and I will have the ladies come forward, please. And as I read this and will present you this proclamation, it says, whereas the Texas Hunger Initiative is a collaborative effort both locally and statewide whose goal is to end hunger in Texas throughout policy, education, research, grassroots organizing, and community development. And San Angelo is one of 12 Texas cities selected as a regional office to recruit and train community partners who will provide more access points for eligible residents to apply for Texas benefits, including the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, CHIP, TNF, and Medicaid. And the Kids Eat Free Summer Meal Program was established to support the need to relieve hunger during the summer months because more than 1 in 4 families with children in Tom Green County have times when there is not enough money to buy food. That is 5,400 households in San Angelo. And the Tom Green County Hunger Initiative provides education on topics that affect the ability or inability of some residents to be food secure, including gardening, church, school, partnerships, availability of nutritious food, payday loans, food desserts. And the Texas Hunger Initiative San Angelo Regional Office, along with sponsors Angelo State University, the Tom Green County Partnership for Better Health, Shannon Medical Center, the Cactus Hotel, Region 15 Education Service Center, and HEB have organized the West Texas Hunger Summit. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, the mayor of the city of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the city council, do hereby proclaim the 27th day of March 2014 of the first annual West Texas Hunger Summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's going to make a speech here? Both of you? You can hold this while she speaks.
We are really excited to let you know that we are having the first annual West Texas Hunger Summit on March the 27th, which is a week from Thursday. We would like to invite all of you to attend. We are the first of the 12 regions that have been set up as the Texas Hunger Initiative to have our regional summit, and so we want to be very successful and be a pioneer in this area. We are excited for the topics that we have that are going to be available for you to choose. There are several things that you would not necessarily think of as hunger, but many things contribute to somebody being hungry, including something like payday loans. If you don't have enough money to pay a loan, then you will cut back on how much money you can pay on food, and then different food deserts that we have in our community and in the communities around us where there's not ready accessibility to food, where if someone doesn't have transportation to get to the grocery store and they have to walk a long distance to a bus stop, then that constitutes a food desert. So there are many things that we're going to be talking about: school church partnerships and gardening and ministry to the homeless. There are lots of different things, and we think that it'll be a really benefit for anybody to come. Our keynote speaker is going to be talking about asset-based community development, and that's where you look at neighborhoods within a community, you find their strengths, and if you are going to try to achieve some change or to reinforce the things that are already being done in neighborhoods, you can look at that and look from within, and always change that comes from within is that's more sustainable. So we really encourage all of you to attend. The registration is only $10, and it does include your lunch. So it's very reasonable, and we really would like to have all segments of the community be present. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You want to speak?
No, that's good. Thanks, you covered it.
I get it. Thank you very much. I believe we have the Boys and Girls Club next. Ed, come forward. You and Harry and anyone else? Bring the rest of your staff up. Whereas the young people of San Angelo, Texas are tomorrow's leaders, and many such young people need professional youth services to help them reach their full potential, and there is the Boys and Girls Club of San Angelo provides services to more than 4,000 young people annually. And the Boys and Girls Club is a place where great futures start. They are at the forefront of efforts in academic success, healthy lifestyles, good character, and citizenship. And whereas Boys and Girls Club organizations in our city help ensure that our young people keep off the streets, offering them a safe and a supportive place to go and providing them with quality programs. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club of San Angelo will celebrate National Boys and Girls Club Week 2014 along with 91 other clubs in Texas and more than 1,000 clubs nationwide. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim March 23, through March 29, 2014 as Boys and Girls Club Week in San Angelo, Texas. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Ed, who's going to make a speech? Go ahead.
The preacher really doesn't want me to speak because if he gets the microphone, he'll be here for a while. What we want to say is we've got 1,000 members that we've come to the club on a regular basis. It costs us about $500 a member all year long. We need the support of the community. It takes a whole community to raise a child. My parents said that a long time ago, and I believe it's still the way it is today. So we need your help. We also want to encourage you, any of the golfers that are out there, we've got a golf tournament that's going to be on May 31st at Quicksands, and there are going to be a lot of sponsors. State Farm, Tony Villarreal group is going to help sponsor some of that. Got any players out there? It's really reasonable, and it'll help the club a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harry. Anything else? Ed, you want to make a speech? This is your opportunity. Preacher never turns down.
Oh, never. It is a privilege for all of us standing before you, always to be able to serve the young people of our community. You know, like Harry said, we serve over 4,000 lives that we impact throughout the year, each and every year. And it can't be done alone. It takes all of us working together, not only as a staff and as a board, but as a city as well. So we thank you for the opportunity that you give us to be able to serve the young people of our city and to keep them safe. Thank you so much.
Introduce your staff, Ed.
My Director of Operations, Aaron Hernandez. My North Side Unit Director, Mr. Marion Anderson. My South Side Unit Director, Mr. Michael Behill.
Thank you very much. Get it? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye. Harry. Appreciate it, fellas. We have one more, and this is Kenny Frankie. Kenny Frankie Architects. Y'all come forward, please. Carl White, you here? This is a proclamation. You make a difference. Commending the City of San Angelo and Kenny Frankie Architects for doing more, doing it better, and exceeding our expectations. Your high standards inspire us all. And this thing's heavy. Here, you come hold it, Carl. Who's going to speak on this, Carl?
We're truly honored to receive this award. I want to mention this project has been a long project. We started back in 2003 or 2004, if I recall, and finally finished it with the funding and all the design and studies that had to be required to do this project about 10 years later. Staff deserves a lot of credit. David Knapp, our in-house architect, Rick Wise also, right in the middle of all the design of the project. Of course, City Council got to see several iterations of the design and get to review and comment on it, and of course the public did too. So this award goes to everybody here. I also want to mention it really goes to Kenny Frankie Architects because they did the brunt of the whole design of the project. So I have served, this is from the Texas Recreation and Park Society. I've served on that board for 4 years, and I served on the awards committee for 7 years, and I was recently off. And I know how difficult it is to receive this award because you basically have to compete against all the other cities that have much bigger projects, much bigger staff, more resources to build projects like this. So it's a very deserving award.
Explain the project.
This is the river project, the renovation of the river project from basically Bell Street to 14th Street, and the core area, which was between Oak Street and First Street by the high school. It's all the renovation of the trails, the lighting, the bank stabilization, the improvements along the way, the new Bosque area down below at Irving Street, and all those improvements with the art and everything. And maybe if Craig wants to speak too.
It was a real privilege working on this project, and we are really grateful. It's rare that we have an opportunity to work on a project that affects a community in such a rich and rewarding way, and thanks to you guys, thanks to the city staff, and thanks to Brooks Weiner, James Haynes, and Kai Frankie in our office. It was a great team project, and we also enjoyed working with the contractors and subs, and it's not that often we can say that. So that's not actually true. But thank y'all. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg.
Dwayne, turn your medal around.
One, two, three.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you, Greg. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. One of those is yours, Frankie, and one of them's Carl's. You straighten them out. I wish we could start every council meeting out with a state championship team. I think that's wonderful what those kids have done. We have now come to the part of our meeting where we allow for public comment. We will allow the public to comment first for anything that you have that is not on the agenda, and then we'll take comment from the council. Let me read the legalities. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or on a consent agenda to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public should make their remarks from the podium and begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council meeting for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any one subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. And we're going to open it up to the public first. If there is anyone in the public that wishes to approach the council, this is your time. Need you to identify yourself, and then you have 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Bill Richardson, and I have a concern about a candidate in single-member District 1 having the name Republican on his signs. I think it's a violation of the city charter and state law. Republican, the name Republican is well-established brand name for a political party, and the city elections are nonpartisan. I have a copy of the state law here. I'm sorry, I only have 7 copies, but I'd like to distribute them.
Give them to the city secretary, please, Bill.
2 pictures of the signs.
Okay.
Okay, the law that I'm referring to is the Texas Election Code, Title 9, Candidates, Chapter 143, Candidate for City Office, and subsection 143.003, Partisan Candidates for Home Rule City Office authorized. A city charter may authorize nominees of partisan council, candidates of political organizations for an office of a home rule city. Implementing regulations may be prescribed by the charter or by the ordinance under city authorization or charter authorization. My request is that Mr. Fleming cease and desist from continuing using the name Republican on his signs, and to come in compliance with the city charter and state law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bill. Isn't this a question for the Texas ethics? Yes, isn't this something that they would need to get into? How should we go forward with this?
We don't have a position to take on this, so the complainant would need to follow through with that. It's not a violation of charter because the charter doesn't have a provision, but there may be a question under state law, but we don't have any standing in the matter.
Okay. Did you hear that, Bill?
Yes, but I disagree.
Okay.
Can I just say one more thing?
Very quickly.
The charter is clear, following state law. It does not allow it, so therefore it's not allowed.
I bet you're going to speak to this, aren't you, Jim? Introduce yourself. You got 3 to 5, sir.
Okay. I am Jim Ryan, SMD3. This is a drum I've been banging for, I don't know, 5, 6 years on the street maintenance tax option. Now, it has come up lately. I'm glad to see it come back up. This is something council cannot pass on its own. Council can put it on the ballot next November and allow the voters to approve or disapprove. I think that the voters would approve. It would increase our street maintenance expenditure by almost double, about $1 million. It depends on the sales tax revenues, but about $1.5 million to 1.7. I think this is something that you, the council, should allow the voters to have a voice on. And I suspect that if you do, it will pass. It would double our street expenditures. And that's my comment for the day.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
And we did discuss that at our nighttime meeting 2 weeks ago, discussed it at some depth. There is some support. You may not have all council support, but there is some support. So we'll keep working on it, sir.
We may even name it the Jim Ryan Street Tax.
I think we should. He's been preaching that as
Yes.
long as I've known him. Anyone else care to approach the council, pro or con? Bill, you've already had yours, sir.
Well, I'd like to speak on a different subject, the subject which Mr. Ryan spoke on.
Okay.
I supported the Texas street maintenance tax. I think it's a good idea. It would give us a small amount of money for the streets, but I think the 4B sales tax needs to be re-examined. I've read it over, and we can use it for street maintenance, such as on Bell Street, the street that leads to a sports complex, and under the rules for the 4B sales tax, that's allowable. And we all know we need money to fix our streets. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
You bet. Anyone else? This is your chance. If you want a shot at us, this is your time to take it. If I have no further comment from the public, I'm going to ask for comment from the council. Anyone? Charlotte?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to take this opportunity to thank the folks in District 6 for their attendance at my town hall meeting. We set up 151 chairs, and we still had people standing in the room, and I appreciate their participation, sincerely do. I also want to thank staff. If it had not been for Shane and Ricky and Kevin and Roxanne and everybody, including the city manager, to help us put up chairs at the last minute, extra chairs, and to greet and talk to people, it was an outstanding job by staff, and I appreciate their assistance in it. And the other thing I wanted to say is, if you missed the indoor opening football game, you missed quite a treat. It was awesome, and
You just need to go and watch those guys and their timing and the finesse. It was an awesome game, and we won.
Anyone else? Any comment from council? All right, let's move on to our consent agenda. I do have one item that says we're pulling number 1. Is this?
Yes, sir. This is the verified information.
Okay, so number 1 on the consent agenda will be pulled. We'll take this one up at a later date. That's consideration of approving the March 4, 2014 City Council regular meeting minutes. Obviously, there's some changes need to be made, so we'll pull that one. Does anyone else on the council have anything from consent they need to pull and put on the regular? If the consent agenda is acceptable as is, then I'm waiting for someone to move.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 1.
Second.
Do have a motion. I do have a second. Any further discussion? Any discussion from the public on the consent agenda? The motion has been made that we accept it with the exception of number 1. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Let's move on now to number 9, which is public hearing and comment. Council, I would ask, and I've had a few requests. I know that we have a large, probably quite a few people here to deal with the ordinance on mobile homes. That would be 12, 13, 14, and 15. And 10 and 11 are simply things that we need to staff for. Would it be all right with council?
I have one problem. Ty is here for number 11, and he has somewhere he has to go.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I don't think Tad is here. Is Tad here?
No. Okay, well, if we've got someone here for 11, then we don't want to pull him as well. You want to move 10 further on down? Would that bother anybody if we move 10?
That'd be all right.
Okay, also Jerry C. has asked that we pull number 22 closer to the front because they have a meeting at 12. Is there any opposition to pulling number 22 closer to the front? All right, then I would suggest then that we take number 9, that we take number 11, that we take number 22, and then we take 12, 13, 14, and 15, and then we'll go back to 10 and follow schedule. Is that all right with everyone? I have a consensus? Okay, let's then take number 9, which is consideration of granting a request for temporary placement of a mobile home not to exceed 1 year during construction of a permanent home on the same site at 3226 Lake Drive, located approximately 215 foot northeast of the intersection of Lake Drive and West 33rd, more specifically occupying the Ratliff subdivision, Block 4, Lot 1 in northwest San Angelo. And we dealt with this our last meeting. We asked for some clarifications, and we asked him to bring it back. Roxanne?
Good morning, Roxanne Johnston, planner. I didn't have my slide in. I have it here. If you'd like to look at pictures, I didn't know if you wanted to in the
We've
interest
already
of...
seen that once, Ms. Johnston.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
We've already seen that once. Just go to the changes, please.
Have you
Deal.
changed it?
Good deal. Our applicant is here. Evidently, he's had the conversations that we discussed at the February meeting, and we weren't able to have that discussion the following meeting because we had to have notification time. So here we are today. Nothing has really changed. He still wants to go forward with his request. And again, because of the language within the ordinance saying mobile home versus RV, if you would like to direct staff to correct that in the future, then you know that you certainly have that option. But in the meantime,
Marty,
do you have any
this
questions?
is yours.
Yeah, I've had a couple of conversations with him, and he understands that it is a year. I do have a question. It starts on. It says that it'll start March the 15th. Is there any reason why it can't start March actually today?
Or the 1st of April?
We can certainly amend that because, again, when the report was written, it didn't take into consideration that we might be postponing this.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good point. April 1's fine.
Okay.
It just, he understands that it's 1 year and no longer, so.
Right. And would you like to include the conditions that were at the back of the report?
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
I can read those for you if you'd like.
Please.
The four conditions?
Correct.
Yes, no, that's fine, yes.
You would still like me to read them?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, include them. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll be up here too long.
And,
Okay.
and yeah, I don't have a problem with it, and I move approval.
Okay.
I'll second.
And was there something else that you needed in this motion, mobile home as opposed to RV?
That could be put on the agenda for a
AJ?
later date.
I think AJ had one clause that she wanted in here just as a clarification.
Okay.
Let AJ come forward and state it, and
Thank
then
you.
Marty will see if you can add that as an amendment.
Thank you for remembering. What we were advising the council is that you might want to write into your motion a directive to staff to modify the ordinance language, because the ordinance, as it's currently written, does not allow a provision for recreational vehicles, only for mobile homes. So if you would like us to make that modification, we can do that as part of this motion.
That makes it better.
Yeah. Yes, that's fine.
You will add that as an amendment, Marty?
Yes.
Okay.
Will you
We'll
include that? Who did the second on that? Will you?
Yeah,
Rodney, will
I'm
you?
good with that.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll bring that back to you at a future meeting for
Yes,
further
ma'am.
action.
So that will allow for RVs or mobile homes for 1 year instead of just a mobile home. It's just a clarification of the ordinance. Charlotte?
Yes, I had an objection last time simply because not the person, it was the staff keeping up with and seeing that these conditions are met. I still have the same objection, and the reason is I went back and was looking at some stuff, and on October 7th, 2007, we made an exception for a mobile home at 1835 East 28th Street for 2 years, and the mobile home's still there. And it's been a whole lot longer than 2 years. We have no way, we're not following up, and that's my objection, is why waste our breath if we're not going to follow up on any of this stuff. So that's my same objection today.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I get Ms. Farmer to repeat that address, please, so we can follow up on that?
I have it right here for you. I'll give it to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and, well,
You said 1838 West, no.
no, I have it. You can have it. I'll take it right out of my,
Charlotte, we do have the ability to put a tracer on anything that, again, that is permitted. AJ, as far as the a tracer system, I mean, we do have a tracer system, is that correct?
and I want to point out, since so much effort was made to use the term mobile home, manufactured home, since mobile homes weren't made after 74, but if you've got a HUD and you build them, they are coming off the factory line, but it's referred to as a manufactured home, so you may want to change the wording.
We can add that wording as well. Yes, typically we do flag these. We work with our code enforcement officers to go out and verify compliance. For example, we had one last year that we had to force it to be moved off of the lot. So I've already spoken with Mr. Flores, and we'll check out this address.
Let's double check that and make sure that tracer's working, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Wardlaw?
Yeah, I just want to let the record show that I'm totally against this idea, and our comprehensive land use plan, our zoning ordinance does not allow for mobile homes or RVs in single-family residential neighborhoods, and a temporary authorization of that is not does not cure the problem. And I will like to note for the record that the people now moving to approve this moved to deny it at the last meeting that we had on this. And also I would like to enlarge on what Charlotte said, and that is that that's not the only one, in my opinion, of mobile homes that are there past their 1 year time frame, although that's not my primary objection. So I'm going to vote against this.
Any further comment from council? You understand, Deputy, you have 1 year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That 1 year means 1 year? All right. All right. Any further, council? I do have a motion. I do have a second. Do I have any comment from the public on this item?
Do we need to include the April 1st date on there, or just today, or?
April 1st.
Starting April 1st.
Have you got the motion, ma'am? Do you agree with the second on April 1,
Yes,
Rodney?
April 1st. Is that when you're wanting to move it on there? Okay.
Okay, you'll have 1 year from April 1.
Well, let's vote.
You got to vote.
Ready to go? After we vote, if you get it. Yes. Pardon me, I got the cart before the horse, didn't I? All right, no public comment, and we're going to call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hold your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nays? Put a 5-2 on it. April 1, last day of March. Vámonos para allá. Thank you very much. All right, we are now going to item number 11, which is discussion and possible action regarding setting rules and regulations to allow curb cuts for rain harvesting. Mr. Fleming.
I'm going to bring one of the residents that brought this up forward to me. His name is Ty Williams. He had the system designed, and when he first brought it to me, I was like, man, this is a great deal, and I think it'd help us out with our water situation. A lot of cities in the Southwest have already started this. Tucson has rules and regulations in place, and a lot of small cities in the Arizona and New Mexico also do this. What it is, I'll let him kind of explain it to you and what he's wanting to do. I think that this could be done in a lot of areas in the city that have, especially ribbon cut curbing, and it could help save a lot of waters. A lot of water. Ty?
I'd introduce yourself, and you have the floor, sir.
Good morning. I'm Ty Williams. I live on the south side of town, kind of close to Rodney over there. And I had an idea to capture the rainwater that was coming down the street for lawn and landscape use. And I talked to an engineering firm, and they put a design together for me for something that we think would work. And I approached Rodney about seeing what I needed to do to make that happen.
Well, what we're really wanting to do is we're wanting to set forth, have city staff put the rules and regulations that are kind of mirror Tucson in place so that we can have the ability, because he's wanting to cut into the curbing that's out on the street. You'll see on the diagram there, his curbing or our curbing actually have the same type of curbing that he has, is a flat ribbon curbing instead of a raised curbing like that. So it's a little bit different than that. Go ahead, Ty.
Ty, would you explain the mechanics of that a little more, please, sir?
Basically, what we're going to do is going to be more like what's pictured in this slide here. The slope of the land where I'm at is pretty negligible, and what we're going to have is a storm drain in my driveway, and the curb will allow it to flow into that drain into a sump that will be pumped into a storage tank in the backyard and utilized for lawn and landscape.
Okay.
Who installs that?
It's to be determined.
He will pay for it, though. It's not a city, it's no cost to us as city taxpayers.
I'm just asking permission to cut the curb.
He, Ty, well, you can do all of ours? You are?
He will pay for his.
I'll pay for what?
Yours.
Yes, sure.
That's awesome idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and a lot of areas in town won't be able to permit this because you really need a level yard, and like most of Southland is a raised elevation on the yard, so you really can't do this. But there are areas, Green Acres is one area that has ribbon cut curbing. Our whole area over on the southwest or southeast part of town pretty much is all ribbon cut curbing. And if anybody's ever watched, it's been a long time since we've had a rain, but if you watch the rain and how much water actually goes down the street and it just washes away, no one gets the use of it. This could be a really good thing, and I think, Ty, you told me how many gallons can you get in?
Well, just on my street, it's a little cul-de-sac. There's not a whole lot of surface area to it, but there's over, on a small rain, there's over 1,000 gallons a minute running down the street.
A minute.
And the way I've got it set up, an inch of rain, I can catch about 10,000 gallons.
Ty, where you have a flat street there running by rather than directly into the curb cut, do they have some way to divert the water in there, like a speed bump or some other thing in these other cities that allow you to divert the water in there?
Well, where I'm at, the curb is actually the lowest point on the edge of the street. And if you cut that out and then grade it into the storm drain 3 foot into my property, or actually in the city's right-of-way there, or easement, then it would flow into a drain that you could put into a tank in the backyard.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Well, I wasn't referring to your specific instance. I was talking about other people that where the water's flowing by them down the street. You know, and it wouldn't, if you had a curb cut, it wouldn't necessarily divert back into the drain.
This is not for everybody. It won't work on a lot of areas in town. Primarily, it's going to be the ribbon cut curbing areas in town, and you really don't want to go in. I think I know what you're saying is, you know, put a little like deterrent or something out there to make it flow into your yard. Yeah. I don't think we want to go into that, because then we're going to get into too many problems of people making them too high and things like that. The city of Tucson, if you flip back to the pictures there, the earlier pictures, you can kind of see the different things they've done, but nothing really goes out into the street. It just kind of cuts where the ribbon cut curbing is and allows it to go into the property from there. Go ahead, Charlotte.
I'm curious, you know, you have the drain, and you said something where it would drain into what does it drain into? What kind of line? And you said a sub pump to pump the water out to use your yard or whatever. But what is the pipe or connection, what that drain drains into? Is that your holding tank?
No, there'll be in my situation anyway, there's going to be a pipe that runs into the backyard that dumps into an underground tank that's going to have a pump in it. That'll pump it out as it's flowing into an above ground tank to where it can be stored for later use.
There's a small area there at the front, at the curb, where it holds it there, and then there'll be a pump that pumps the water out of the small area to basically a big tank in the back of his yard. But there's a bunch of, as I was researching this, there's a lot of designs. There's not just the design that he's come up with. There's a whole bunch of different designs that you can do on this.
Thank you.
That shows, yeah.
You want me to show this?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you can see that up there, I don't know if the south end of the curb there, you can see where it's cut right here. That's going to be where the curb's cut, and it's going to allow inflow to where the arrow is right there is going to be the drain. And there'll be a PVC pipe running to the tank in the backyard, which is right here, which will have the sump pump in it, which pumps it to a storage tank.
Ty, where does this storm and flood water ultimately go if it passes your house?
My storm water runs down the bar ditch of Grand Canal, and it dumps into the irrigation canal and sits there, unless there's water coming out of the lake to irrigate with.
Okay.
One of the other things, since you're going to have a 10,000 gallon above ground tank. Yes, sir. Is there any kind of permitting problems for having an above ground tank in residential occupancy? And if so, if we do approve this, we're probably going to need to address that at the same time, because it's going to be useless to him if he can't have the tank for it in the backyard.
Each one of those cities that I looked at had different size ranges that you could do. I'm personally in favor of as big as you can get, but, well, not as big as you can get. I mean, we're going to have to put some kind of limit on it.
Right.
And we also need to say something in the rules and regulations that you can't resell that water. I think it has to be used on that property that they're actually taking it from.
Personal use, right.
It has to be used on that property. So I think that if you look at the way Tucson, especially, that's the one I would like to model it after. I think a lot of those questions are in the rules and regulations that are in there. But I don't think it has the size on there, and we could limit the size to, something like that. Right now, though, you can put, I don't think throughout the city, I think you can put pretty much whatever size you want. People that collect from their roofs, they have this size tanks now, and there's no rules or regulations for that.
I just say you wouldn't want to limit it so much it's not feasible.
Charlotte?
I think the idea is certainly well worth having engineering and the planning department to look at the plans and look at the other cities and come up with a recommendation for the council.
Johnny? I was just going to add that, Rodney, I think this is a fantastic idea. And like you said, it doesn't work for everybody. No. But I think some of maybe the new developments coming on board, or maybe some of the existing, it's totally up to the landowner or the property owner to maybe install one of these in their properties. But I think this is a fantastic idea. I really do.
I feel that this is something that is good, but it's going to need some work.
Yes.
Staff's going to have to look at this. We're going to have to, and they can look at the Arizona, Tucson. But I do think that staff needs to look at this and put something together and then bring it back for approval. Do I have a consensus to move ahead on this? Do you want to vote, or do you want just a consensus?
Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we don't make it mandatory, you know?
No.
It's just a, you know,
No.
whoever chooses to do this.
Yeah, it'll be an option.
Right.
And a lot of people won't do this
Yeah.
because Ty's going to have to put forth a good bit of money to do this. This is a long-term
imagine.
investment for him. But if somebody is planning on staying in their house a long time, this can be a great option for them.
And also, a lot of people do the guttering and the tanks
Yes.
where the water off the roof, and I mean, that's a wonderful idea as well. But I do think this needs to be explored. I think it's got merit.
Well, we as a city want all these ideas.
Yes, we do.
We want them coming forward to us with this. When Ty told me about it, I was like, this is awesome, and I started researching it. This is something we need to be moving forward because, as we all know, we're running out of water.
We may need his water for drinking water.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I do like Charlotte's recommendation.
Yes.
Definitely staff can take a look at that, properly vet it, and make sure we come back with a good recommendation for city council.
So by consensus, do we allow staff to go ahead and look at this and bring back recommendations?
Yes.
Yes.
Ty?
This isn't going to be a deal that's going to be a 1 year or 2
No.
year deal, is this? Please. I'm serious.
No, it can't. The staff can look at this pretty quickly.
Okay, because the rules and regulations are in place in Tucson. I mean,
Yes.
I think this is something that could be fairly quick.
Yeah. But I do think they need to look at it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So,
I agree.
staff, if you would look at this, come up with some recommendations, and as soon as possible, get it back to us, and let's see if we can set some ground rules.
Well,
Fair enough, sir?
Thank you, Ty, for
Thank you,
doing
Ty.
that.
Hey, thanks for your time.
I appreciate it.
All righty, we are now, let's move on to 12, 13, 14, and 15. Do we want to take these one at a time? Or since they're all mobile home, do we want to group them, all four of them together?
One at a time.
One
and
at a
I-
time.
I thought you were
Oh.
going to move 22 up.
Yeah, I thought we were moving one up.
That is what I said, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Y'all want to do 22? You need a break, Charlotte? Charlotte needs a break, and it's 10 o'clock.
I need a break too, so we're good.
And the boss needs a break too, so let's take a break, and then we'll move 22, then we'll move to this.
All that water talk.
Query. Not.
Let's move on to number 22. This is an update and discussion on installing sidewalks along West 19th between North Bryant and the railroad west of Lilly. Carl Bednarz, you are on the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. Give you a quick update on where we are on the 19th Street project. Here's just to familiarize yourself where the project is. It's 19th Street, abutting, starting at Bryant Avenue and going west to where the railroad tracks there on 19th. And to just refresh you again, on September 17th, brief project or just presentation was given to the council, and it was agreed then on which side of the street we would go on, and it was agreed we would go on the south side. There was some discussion on that. The project's going to include a sidewalk with crosswalks placed at different places throughout the project. Some of the challenges we're having on this project, there's only 2 foot of right-of-way behind the curb on 19th Street on the south side. And we really need about 10 feet of right-of-way total, which is 8 feet more, for a 5-foot sidewalk to be placed through this area. And the reason we're needing a strip or an area where we can, that's wider than the 5 feet for the sidewalk, is there's some obstructions in the way, like I've shown some here, on the some trees, power poles, and signs. We're going to be trying to work around and not have to move all of those. It'd be an expense if we put the sidewalk right at the back of the curb. There's some other challenges that we'd face there if we put it right against the back of the curb. For most places, we'll be able to work around. Some places like this would require probably some modifications on some flower beds and some fences and things like that. Finally, I want to show you the cost. This is what we showed you back in September, and right now we're still good with that. The right-of-way may change. At the time, we thought that was going to be totally donation, and I hope it is. That could be good for that if it is. One thing we're running into, we've identified all the property owners on this stretch, and there's 27 property owners between the railroad tracks and Bryant. And many of these properties, after looking on the tax rolls, are in trust. They're showing a deceased owner. They belong to a church. There's several churches along there. And what it's going to take is some research by legal to find the party that we're actually going to be negotiating with. If it's in a trust, we're going to have to go find who all can sign or agree to an easement, or we're possibly looking at a license agreement to put this sidewalk through there. And we're in the beginning stages of that research right now. We've got the property owners as it exists from the tax rolls, but we're going to have to do some research, and we're working with legal to get that done. This could take a considerable amount of time. I'm sure you know if trying to track down errors and things like that could run into considerable time, but I'm sure we'll work on it as hard as we can to get that done quickly and efficiently. While that's going on, I've got some of my staff that we're proceeding on with the design, and we'll have the design ready to go whenever this is complete. So I'm hoping it can be done quickly, but with those obstacles in the way, it's going to have some challenges. That's really all I had to share with you today.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question, reference sidewalks. Did the city or did the property owner just do the sidewalk there in front of Sealy Flats to the corner that has come down? It's a very attractive job, and it kind of curves and winds. I guess since nobody at the city's familiar with it, it must have been the private property owner?
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments from council? John?
Carl, go back a couple of slides where the trees and the poles. Like something like that, if you get the permission from the homeowners, could you not do like half moons around those obstacles, or would that not work instead of having to?
It could, and we will have some places where it will be next to the curb, because that would be the ideal place to have it, away from the house, because a lot of those houses are close to the street anyway.
We'd also have to make sure that we follow it as far as ADA requirements are, of course, so.
They'll have to get across driveways and maintain our ADA access across the driveways.
And I think the main thing is to let them, the neighborhood, know that we're at least, proceeding or looking into this and moving forward. It's just, I've been there, done that on another project, but there's an obstacle in the way. So I appreciate you guys moving forward with it, making them, the neighborhood, feel comfortable that you're at least listening to what their needs or likes are. So
Carl, go forward with
it. Would it help, and would it meet ADA requirements for us to cut it down a foot? Would that help anything?
I'd have to look back at the regulations to see if 4 foot is allowed. I believe it is.
Okay.
We could check into that.
And here again, if push comes to shove, I don't want this thing, if there's any way that we can keep it from taking 2 years to happen. I mean, it's already been postponed several times. If in some of these tight spots, if we could go from 5 foot to 4 foot and it would meet regulations, maybe that would be a solution to some of the problems.
Okay, we'll certainly put that in our design.
Further comment?
I've got one more. Go forward one slide. The property owner, they had the big stone around the trees, the flower bed.
Something like that.
So, man, that's going to be tough there.
Well, we've got some money in our estimate for addressing things like that we might have to rebuild part of that, or we'd have to work with the property owner. That would be part of a negotiation process, working through there to see how we could come to terms on that. But yeah,
and you guys are in contact with that property owner?
Well, right now some of these properties, and I'm not sure about this one, but the person that lives on the property may not be the person that owns the property.
I see.
That's what we're running into. And, I'm not sure about on this one. I haven't got to that point yet.
And that is on the south side of the road?
I think so. I'm not sure there, but
should be.
Should be.
It is.
Okay.
Public comment. Come on, Jerry. You know the procedure, don't you?
Yes, I do. My name is Jerry C., and I'm a member of St. Paul Baptist Church, and I'm one of the senior leaders of WTOS. Now, this project has been on the table for about 3 or 4 years now. 2 different city councilmen councils, or 3 different city councils, and a couple of 2 or 3 mayors. Now, I thought when we went out there on 19th Street, there was a decision made as to what side of the street that you were going to put the, are you planning on putting the sidewalk on both sides of the street or one side of the street?
South side, Carl? South side,
That's the
Jerry.
That's the south side? Okay, there's no obstructions on the south side of the street. The pictures that you're showing there, right there with that thing on that's down there near Lily Street, that's on the north side of the street.
Okay.
And all of those obstructions that you're talking about is not going to affect this project. And I don't see no reason for this project not to go forward immediately. It has been on the table for about 3 years, and this can has been kicked down the road enough. There has been a killing on that street. No one did anything about it. And Craig Myers and I have walked that street and talked to every owner on that street, with the exception, I think, of one. That's just there on that side of the street. Now, I walked the other side. Sally Ayana and myself walked the other side of the street when we decided you was going to put it on the south side. We walked that street, and on both sides of the street, these people agreed. They are just waiting on some kind of document from the city to give the city permission for the right-of-way. Now, on the side of the street that you decided where we were going to put this thing, there's plenty of right-of-way. There is only one place on there that might be some kind of obstruction. You can make a smaller spot there. There's a blue building there that used to be a club there. That is the only place that might encroach on the width of the sidewalk. But hey, we could live with that. We could live with that. At least when it's raining, people will not slip off of those sides and slide back out into the street. A preacher's wife got killed right there where one of the vacant places there. She was going right across the street. The neighbor came up here with us. He was prepared to tell you what had happened. Now, you're talking about it's going to take you this time and you're going to take that time. And this side of the street is not even in the equation. Now, what you just talked about is probably some stumbling blocks for the wrong side of the street. Now, if this is going to be presented to be as a problem and another excuse to kick the can down the road, there's something wrong. And I don't believe that any of you gentlemen up there you're ready to move, you're ready to act, and I think that it's past time that we do.
Thank
and
you,
I
Jerry.
thank you very much for your time.
And Carl, I will ask, is this on the north side or the south side?
I apologize.
That is the north side.
It's the north side.
Okay, I apologize. We've got a picture in there that's erroneous, but.
How about the rest of the pictures?
Well, pictures here, like these wouldn't have obstructions if we have the curb 5 foot over. See, the curb would go behind the mailboxes, or behind on both sides of those streets. But the land research that we've done so far, for sure, was on the south side.
Well, I don't blame you if you wasn't here when we did this back in September, but that north side picture should not have been in this presentation, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, the picture on the left-hand side, I think that's the north side also.
It is the north side.
Who took these pictures?
These came out of the presentation that we presented back in September, so
I recognize that big two-story greenhouse.
September on the north side. But
Well, I know the blue building he's talking about. It used to be a barbecue joint, didn't it, Jerry?
That's a picture of the blue building.
I apologize for that, not having the right.
Now, that might be the south side, the far right picture there.
It is.
But
regardless of the obstructions, regardless of the obstructions, we definitely want to get moving on that. And of course, we do need to make sure that we have the property owners, the actual property owners, that give us permission. And we need to move on this. I know that you and I have talked, Carl. I know this is a priority, and we definitely want to get this done sooner than later. But again, we want to do our due diligence, make sure that we get permission from the right people, of course. So let's get that done.
Okay.
And I would add, Carl, maybe you might want to tag team with Jerry C. there if he's visiting with all the owners already.
Yeah.
You know, we're just spinning our wheels if we're making the right contact.
And hit the delete button on that presentation, please, sir.
Okay. We won't use it again.
Yeah, and I think get pictures of the south side of the street.
Yeah, because that's what we decided on in September.
Yeah,
We were
I
going to
agree.
put it on the south side of the street, and I thought
Yeah.
that's what this was. So
Yeah, I did too. I thought we called the north side out, but evidently we didn't.
I think the word is giddy up.
I agree.
I think you got another.
Okay.
Do I have further comment from the public? Come up, Craig. You know the procedures, don't you, sir?
Yeah, put it down for short people.
Craig Myers.
Craig Myers, West Texas Organizing Strategy. Just one thing. We know that this isn't the only project that the city has. And so we've listened, and this is true on the Chadburn streetscape signs and all of these kinds of things. But this is one that has, as Jerry said, been on the table for a very, very long time. And I know that it's frustrating when you have to trace down who the owners are. But I do my work on an IBM Selectric, but I know people who have computers. And I suspect that if the people assigned to do this had it at the top of the list, that there is nobody in the United States that owns a piece of that property that could not be tagged within a relatively short period of time. And as Jerry said, between the two of us, we've probably worn out several pairs of shoes walking these neighborhoods and Rio Vista and other neighborhoods to get some responses. And I would suggest that, I'd go say, when you leave this place, if your staff, go find out where these people are, because they're not hiding out. It would take some time, like several weeks. Thank you.
Anyone else care to speak to this? Come up, Bill.
Bill Richardson. I don't understand how you can't find these property owners if you go to the Texas Appraisal District, names and address and contact for all the people in Tom Green County is available there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak to this? Anything else from council? Stay honest, Jerry. If nothing else, let's move on. And when I got it out of order last time, I asked if we wanted to take 13, 14, 15, and 16 together, or do we want to take them one at a time?
Separate.
One at a time.
One at a time?
Starting with 12, not 13.
12, 13, 14, and 15, yes. Okay, I got one at a time from two of you. I got one at a time. There's enough. Let's take them one at a time. Okay, this is the first public hearing and consideration of introducing an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo by amending Appendix A Fee Schedule, Article 2000 Building and Construction by creating a Section 2, 1600 Mobile Home Park, Manufactured Housing Park, Recreational Vehicle Park, Annual Operator's Permit, providing a severability clause, providing compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, providing for an effective date. AJ, you are on.
Thank you, Mayor. For brevity's sake, I do want to give you some overall information on the entire package of ordinances, just a short bit of background. We've talked pretty extensively about the timeline from the beginning of this process when we first started talking about manufactured homes and RVs and related matters over a year ago. So I won't go that far back. Most briefly, however, you might recall the last meeting of the Housing Committee was in February, mid-February. We've had two discussions with the Planning Commission, one on February 17th. We had another discussion with the Planning Commission yesterday. They did give us some additional edits and comments they would like us to relay to you, so I'll do that here in just a moment. We did have our March 4th conversation with you all in which we were given some specific edits to make, and those edits are reflected in the background packet that went out for today's council meeting. We provided the Planning Commission with an update so that they could see the edits that you all had suggested, along with a reminder of the discussion which they had had. And again, we received some additional direction we'll share with you here in a moment. As we move ahead, depending on the action that happens today, of course, you have several options. You have the option to approve, you have the option to deny, to approve parts of the ordinances, and also to postpone or table. So depending on how the conversation goes, if we received an approval from you today, we would schedule this to come back to you on April 1st at your next regularly scheduled meeting. Just a quick note, we will be meeting with the Tom Green County Commissioners Court next Tuesday to go over the 2 items within this package that are pertinent to the county. That is the interlocal agreement between the city and the county and the subdivision ordinance. We've already had some preliminary discussions to include them as we've been moving through this. We have received positive responses, and we will continue that discussion with them as well. And then the last reminder, of course, naturally, is that the moratorium period in which we're currently moving through, the expiration of that date is on May 16th. So to move forward through this, the order of captions that we have starts with the fee schedule. So I'm going to move away from the presentation. It was designed to present all at once, and I'll go straight to the ordinance, and we can work through it perhaps that way and handle these items separately. Within the background packet was items that included summaries of what the changes were in red line form. The first item, caption number 12, refers to the fee schedule, which is proposed to be inserted into Chapter 2.6 of our main city code. Everything is red in this particular section because it is a new addition to the Code of Ordinances. And so in this instance, Section 2.16 would simply establish the fee schedule for the permitting associated with this request. There are 3 administrative processing fees that are outlined in the draft proposal. Those fees are based on the sort of the estimate, since we haven't been through this process before as staff, it's based on the estimate of the time investment for performing each of these items. The initial permit for a new park or expansion of an existing park would be the more in-depth of the 3 processes, because that would require, of course, the site plan review of the additional spaces, the additional units, the additional land, and the layout. So that is the highest of the 3 fees, proposed at $425. Number 3, permit for renewal when there's not any sort of transfer or expansion. That's a lower fee proposal of $250. Again, the work investment, time investment in that from staff would be significantly less, theoretically. And then lastly, the permit for transfer of park ownership at $100. Of course, of all the 3 processes, that would be probably the simplest and fastest for processing. And so we can start with that item, number 12, if you'd like to have some additional discussion and comments.
Winky?
The only question and comment I have is the number 1 permit for new parks, $425. I don't know how you calculated that on a per hour basis, but it looks to me like you may be too low on that one.
We tried to be very conservative. We knew, based on past discussions we've had about fees, that you'd like us to keep them as reasonable as possible, so we were very conservative.
Well, I personally don't want the taxpayers to bear any of the cost of this. I think you were being very conservative because you've got all that background work, and you've got to appear in front of the planning commission and the city council. And I've been involved in this now since January of 2013, and my observations are that most of these people are from out of town. And I just don't think, I think you're too low on that, and I'd like to see you raise it. How did you calculate that on a per hour basis?
What we did was we talked to the different division managers that would have staff involved in the process and asked them to estimate how many hours of time that their staff would spend on the review and the inspection, and then took their average wage for the overall submittals from the managers. So I can see how if you took if you did not take the average of those fees, it would be a higher fee, of course.
Yeah, but the average wage, that's not the total cost to the city. That's just the salary part, not the overhead and buildings and utilities and all of that. An engineer or an attorney would charge you $150, $200 an hour. And I don't know how many hours you've got, but at $100 an hour, that would be 4 hours, and I know it's going to take you probably 3 times that much, if I had to guess. And so I think you're too short. I think the citizens are having to pick some of that up, and I don't think they ought to. But that's just my opinion. I'd like to see you raise that quite a bit on new parks.
Yes, sir.
And then I would move to approve that if we come up with whatever amount the council comes up with.
Rodney's first. Rodney?
Can you explain to me number 3 a little better?
Number 3 is a renewal permit. You might recall that the permit as it is drafted would be an annual operator's permit. So once a year you would go through the process of making application. And the way that we have modified the process after going through several of these discussions with different boards and commissions is an attempt to shorten that. The way that it is currently drafted is that you would make application for permit, we would look at your site plan, and if there were no changes proposed, we would simply be doing the work of processing the paperwork and notifying the departments, not including the inspection on site. And so that's why that process would actually cost us less than the number 1 permit for a new park or an expansion park, where we would actually have to send various departments and divisions out to the site. So that's the discrepancy.
But that's yearly?
Correct.
We do that. Don't we have a system in place to do this? We have code enforcement that can follow through on any of the changes that they're doing and things like that. I don't think that we need that fee. And first of all, we don't even have the staff. We're stretched thin, super thin right now. I don't think that we would have the staff to even do this.
And that's a consideration for you to make.
And that's, when we're talking about this, this is not including any of the existing parks that are in town. Now, I know at the beginning.
It is proposed.
For all the parks.
For all parks.
Yeah, we're not,
an annual operator's permit for anyone
I'm
operating
not for that
a park.
whatsoever.
But we did have some discussion about that at the Planning Commission meeting yesterday, and they also advised that they would like you to consider, and with each piece I'll give you a piece of what they shared, but is regarding this piece, number 12, they did indicate that they would like you to consider removing that fee for new parks, for existing parks.
Do you guys all understand that? That what we're doing is the parks that are existing right now, we're asking them to do a yearly inspection and pay a tax every single year.
Plus $5 per space, if I'm reading that last line.
Correct. So that was a recommendation of our housing committee.
So it'd be a $250 plus $5 for each space they have. That could become cost prohibitive.
Yeah, some of these parks have, I think one that I was at yesterday had 175 spots. I mean, that can add up. And they're not. Right now, we don't have any of those fees there, and we're working just fine. Code and compliance can come through and do the inspections on those if there are any problems with that. And when they add new spaces to do electrical and water and that, we already have the departments that are going out there to check that, and they're having to pay for permits to put those things in anyways.
Right. Well, and to just give you a little background on that, when the committee was discussing this, it seemed important that to them that the site plan should include signature blocks so that there would be a certification of compliance for that owner, something that they would have in their records that certified their compliance. Mm-hmm. So obviously, a building official can't certify that the health requirements are met. A planning manager can't certify, for example, that the building permit requirements are met. So that's where that stems from, but you certainly have the option to modify as you see fit.
Do we do this to apartment complexes right now?
No, sir.
Nothing like this to an apartment complex?
No, sir.
Yearly, they don't have to have an inspection and pay a fee for how many apartments they have?
Of course, you have your fire inspection, that sort of thing, but as far as a separate permit, no, sir.
Yeah, so we don't do that to them. And, you know, I want to try to make this as fast as possible, and I think that, you know, my view on this, and I've talked with the park owners in town, we need to grandfather, and I know that's not the legal term. The legal term is legal non-conforming. We need to grandfather all of them in and leave them alone. Just leave it just as it is today. Not a single thing. This is my opinion. Not a single thing should change for them. They should just keep on operating the way they are now. They're already under government regulations, probably more than what they'd ever want to have anyways. And we're doing just fine the way they are now. This whole thing started when we wanted to stop man camps. I was one of the main ones that wanted to stop man camps. And what has happened here is we've gone way beyond man camps. In fact, no one's even talking about man camps anymore. What we're talking about is trailer park and RV park owners that are already existing in this city, and we're going to strap them down with new fees and new regulations, which I hope that none of us up here want to do that to these people. These people are all, you know, tax-paying residents that live in our city now. They're inspected. They have everything checked out now, and they're to code. My opinion is that we strike number 3, even for the new parks. If a new park does come in, we strike number 3. I don't think that they should be paying that. That's my opinion. I'm through.
Charlotte?
It's amazing. I agree with him.
That is amazing.
No, I agree that on the number 3 item, but I want to back up to the very first item, and I agree with Mr. Wardlaw on that one. I went back and pulled the chart, AJ, that you provided us about 3-4 years ago about the actual man hours and each person that does, and we were looking at our fees and what we were charging, and what it amounted to. The city is giving away legal service, professional services, and those fees are underwater, and I would like to see the first one increased considerably. I do not want fees assessed to existing mobile home or manufactured home parks. I spent last week a couple of days with property owners touring these sites, and this, like Mr. Fleming has said, this whole idea was not intended or meant to burden existing businesses, to try to put them out of business or make it cost prohibitive for them to retrofit their properties. I certainly don't want that to happen. I refuse to vote for anything like that to happen, and I agree with this if we can get a dollar amount to increase number 1, 2, and remove number 3. The other question I wanted to ask you is, who was on the Housing Committee?
I'm afraid I don't have the entire list of that. It was coordinated through the city manager's
Terry
office.
Jackson and Candy Poole.
If I can read some notes that I have, it started out with Mayor Alvin New, Paul Alexander, Lance Powell, Linda Parker, Judy Smerick, Scott Tankersley, Craig Myers, David Curry, Lindsay Flagey, Candy Poole, Terry Jackson, Debbie Young, Valerie Priest, Wes Masters, Brian Matz, Brian Seeley, Brooke Claiborne, Emma Chaput, Tim Archuleta, Jerry Sefcik, Daniel Valenzuela, Michael Dane, Rick Weiss, Bob Salas, and A.J. Favre, and Anthony Wilson. Is that the bulk of that, still the majority? And the reason I ask is I've received numerous complaints from people in the industry, property owners, as well as home builders, that have interest in existing parks, they were not asked or consulted to even be on the committee. So I was just trying to clarify as to who was still on the committee, and did I miss anyone?
Actually, when we initially started, we wanted to make sure that we had representation from the different groups. And we did actually have, from the RV Parks, a gentleman that was also on that committee as well, that was very involved in the talks. So we did have a very diverse group. We had a lot of excellent discussion, and some of that discussion, we had a lot of back and forth as far as how it would affect the RV parks and the manufactured home parks and so forth. So we did have a lot of those discussions, but again, some of that list did as far as dwindle down toward the end, because you got to understand that this committee has been ongoing for quite a while now, trying to get this done right. But again, I know that there was a lot of excellent work done by the committee. There's still some areas that need to be fine-tuned, as just like we're looking at right now, and that's all we're trying to do at this point.
And I'm not talking against it. I'm just telling you that I had received some complaints, and at the time that they complained to me, I didn't have all of the names of the people and who possible stakeholders were. But I have that now, and it's maybe narrowed down some, or maybe a couple have been added, and I can address that. But if we need to move along here and you need a motion, I'm in favor of increasing item 1 to a flat $600 fee, which is still, in my opinion, low. And I'm basing that at the low of the charts for work involved, and I think I'm leaving out considerable work that is on there. And I would make that motion, and to omit item 3 altogether.
How about the supplemental fee? What's the reason in having a permit fee and then having a supplemental fee? That's misleading.
The committee recommended the supplemental fee because they pointed out that regarding the size of the park, obviously a very large park would require far more work and review time than a small park. And so they felt that that was a way to equalize that distribution.
Johnny?
AJ, the couple of questions that I had, the annual operator's fee, how much is it now?
We don't currently have this system in place.
Oh, there's not one. Okay.
No. This
So
is a proposal.
I'm okay with doing away with it. The other one I had was back to Charlotte's question on the housing committee. Seems like the committee was started months and months ago, and a lot of people have fallen off. But maybe we don't have quite the right representation from the current property owners now that are being affected by this, and that's one concern that I heard. But I'm just throwing that out because, you know, that's what I'm hearing.
And we were one member of the committee, the planning
Right,
division,
right.
so
And,
Mr. Valenzuela and I can discuss that.
And as far as the number one, that permit for new parks, I think closer to maybe $1,000 it would be
have a
more.
problem with that.
Because even I think we're still shortchanging ourselves, Charlotte.
Well, I asked Charlotte to amend her motion to make that either $1,000 or $1,200 on item number 1 and delete item number 3 and leave the supplemental fee like it is. It's not going to be all that much in the scheme of things.
I'm more than happy to amend my motion to the 1,000 and delete item 3. As long as it is understood, this is not existing
You
properties.
only want it to apply to the new parks.
Right.
And what about item 2? Leave that as written?
I'll raise it.
The transfer of park ownership for 100.
That may be a little low too, really.
Maybe
$100 transfer, there's a lot of paperwork involved. $500?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that, if that's agreeable, I'll amend my motion to read item to $500.
Don?
Let me throw out something here. What if we did the supplemental fee on the permit for new parks or expansion of existing? That way we're not hurting our existing people, but by the same token, it's a way of equalizing the playing field. And whatever we come up, whether it's $600 or $1,000, I think the supplemental fee needs to stay in there, because if you have a small park, it won't hurt them that much. If you have a large park, they should be able to fund that.
So what were you saying? I didn't understand you exactly.
Didn't either.
What I'm saying is on number 1, whatever basic fee we come up with, we add the supplemental fee to that. So, like I said,
That's the way it is now.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
But if we take away item 3, aren't we also taking away the supplemental fee?
No.
No, sir.
Okay.
It would remain a.
Okay.
Question.
Johnny?
AJ, on the number 1 permit fee, are there any folks in line right now with applications for?
No, until we've established the system in ordinance,
Okay.
we can't receive
But there
applications
were
for it.
some, but they're gone.
For zoning actions, but all of those applications have been withdrawn at this time. Now, they may crop up again once we come out of this moratorium period with new rules in place.
And I do like Don's idea of the supplemental fee. And I want to be careful, and Rodney, back to the existing, if they expand, I want to make sure that we're all on the same, on the same ground that it's going to affect them if they expand the existing. Is that correct?
There are some plans that have been approved for expansions, and that grandfather's not the right word, but that.
You're correct. That would
okay.
be protected. Now, any expansions for which we had not made an approval prior to this process, you are correct that those would be required to come up to the new standards for that portion of the park only.
Mm-hmm.
The parts of the park that existed at the time of this ordinance would be
Would
allowed
not.
to just continue as is.
Rodney?
The way I would like to have it written is that any expansion is still $425. So then it doesn't affect any of the owners that are in place now. And there's really, the expansion really affects 2 RV parks and 1 trailer park, because of the way the new rules are written. Everybody else is landlocked, so it would only affect 3 parks. I like your motion, Charlotte, if you could just amend it a little bit and say that any expansion stays at the $425, and then any new parks stay at $1,000, and leave the $5 per slot in there.
And permit transfer 500.
500 is good, I think, on that.
Okay.
And I'm good with, if you're transferring over, you're selling it. So I mean, there's some money that's involved there, anyways. But again, I want to make sure on this, and I want this to be out in the public. This does not affect any existing parks. These rules and regulations that we're about to implement does not affect. It's a true grandfather. They don't have any new inspections. They don't have any new fees. They stay exactly as they are today, right?
We'll have to cover the inspections
Or an
at a different
expansion that
moment,
has been
at a
approved.
Okay, we're
different
gonna do that
caption.
here in a minute.
But for the fee item, if that's part of your motion,
Okay.
then we will write that
Well, that's not
language
my
into
motion.
this
Charlotte made the
section.
motion. I'm not.
Why don't
just
you
asking
Clarify
her.
the motion, Charlotte.
Gee, I'm so lost now. No, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Thank you.
I truly do not.
Why don't we make the new ones 1,000, the expansions 500, and the ownership?
Well, he's already got it at 425, Johnny.
Well, as I'm saying, make it even 500. If we're gonna, unless you want to deal with 425, it's totally.
I was just going with the recommendation that the housing committee made.
I'm fine either way.
It's up to you,
Pick one
Charlotte.
out,
You made the
Charlotte,
motion.
And then
Okay, Charlotte.
AJ, would you tell me what you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I'll know what I
And then you get
understand.
me back on course. Okay, what I have is item number 1 for permits for new parks. Make that $1,000. For item number 2, permit for transfer of park ownership, make that $600. Strike number 3 altogether. Add language that this only applies to new parks, not existing parks. And $425 for the expansion of existing parks.
Okay.
Did I really get that right?
On the,
6.
on expansion, where in all this does the $5 space fee come in? Does it come on expansion, on new
Yes.
parks, or both?
The way it's written, it would apply to both.
Okay.
I think that's probably fair.
And I have no problem with
Because
it,
even when
yeah.
they're expanding, they're not going to expand like hundreds.
Right.
I mean, we've looked at it.
Absolutely.
They're expanding small, maybe 20 at a time or 30 at a time.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page here.
I think, are you guys all right with that?
That is my motion.
I second that motion.
The motion has been made. Let's see if I've got it. $1,000 new parks, $600 expansions.
No.
No.
$600 transfer.
$600 transfers, $425 expansion, striking number 3 completely. There will be no
Correct.
annual fees, and then the $5 per spot will be on any and all of them.
And add language that it only applies to new parks.
Yes.
Yes. And all the old ones are grandfathered. We'll take care of that and then
We'll add
later
language
on.
for this section specifically.
This one as well. All existing parks are they're sealed as they are right now. None of these rules apply unless they expand.
Yes.
Okay, we do have a motion. We do have a second. Do we have any further council discussion on this item? It's time for the public. Any public discussion on this?
I'd like to say I like the way the council is thinking on this. There was some bad publicity against some of the companies that sell RVs in the city, and I thought that was out of line, and that wasn't the intent of the council. I know the council had nothing against any of the RV businesses in the city. Thank you.
Bill Richardson.
Oh, sorry.
State your name. You got 3 to 5, buddy.
No, it's not going to take that long, Mayor. I'm Marshall Gray. I have this in Angelo, KOA. And thank y'all for working with us, at least listening to us. But you got to clear something up for me. Transfer of park ownership, $600. What am I transferring? Am I transferring the operator's permit that I don't have?
The land. The land. It'd be like a sell.
I don't understand.
I don't think I do
yeah,
either.
You know, when I sell a piece of property, and I've sold several over the years, I go to an attorney, and he fills out all the paperwork, but there's not a transfer fee in there. So I just need a little clarity on that, if you don't mind.
AJ?
Evidently, he wasn't on the committee.
No.
The committee recommended this for any sort of transfer of ownership, whether it be through a sale, whether it be through a probate matter, whether it be through foreclosure, whatever it would be that would cause the transfer of that ownership. The existing owner and the new owner are required to notify the city in the draft ordinance and make them aware of the change of ownership, and then transfer the permit to that owner.
Why would the city be involved? Why would the city be involved in that? I mean, that's in the transfer of ownership of
We
property.
typically wouldn't be. In fact, we never even are notified when property changes hands. But if we're going to hold people accountable for having a permit, we need to know who it is that we're holding accountable.
Well,
for
why
it.
should we charge them $600 though? I don't understand. What's the city doing to earn $600 or to have a $600 stake when someone sells property?
Well, and the $600 just came from you all. We recommended a $100 fee to simply do the paperwork of transferring that permit over to make sure that our records reflect
But we're not
correct
doing
ownership.
anything. We're just transferring a permit. I mean, there's no work
We have
involved.
to
We're not
update our
inspecting
records.
anything. We're just, I don't understand that as well. I'm glad you brought that up, Marshall, because I was having problems with that as well.
But we are transferring the permit. There is some work.
Yeah, but
involved.
why does that cost $600?
$600, it doesn't have to be.
There is paperwork and stuff involved when you have a new owner, and I'm going to say an apartment complex as an example. Emergency calls, after hour calls, sewer related or safety related, health related, who to contact. If the health department it doesn't know who to go to for responsibility of certain things, we have to keep updated records of the emergency contacts, who to look to fix whatever problems. And that takes work internally to change and the trickle down of records.
Do we charge apartment complexes when they sell or change ownership? Do we charge them $600?
We're never notified.
Then why are we charging the motorhome, the RV parks?
It came from us.
If you would like us to make sure that we are holding the right person accountable for violations, we have to be involved in the process of ownership. An example of this would be with the existing fees for stormwater, for example. If the city is not notified when ownership changes hands, until it trickles down to us, we're continuing to bill the person that we have on file. This enables us to eliminate that becoming a problem.
So if we charge them $600 to go in and change the computer name?
No, Mayor,
Again,
we can
the
change the number
$600
down.
came from you all as a group. We
I'm
will
going to
make
vote
it
against
whatever
this.
number you would like
I'm going
it
to vote
be.
against this until it gets $100 is reasonable. I'm going to vote against this until it goes back to 100. So anybody else?
I think what we're hitting here is we're comparing it to apartments. Apartments have no permit. We're saying we are permitting this, so the right hand has to know what the left hand's doing on the permit, and so that's the fee process.
I think the fees I think $600 is excessive. Anyone else?
But my opinion on this is that, first of all, it's not going to happen very often.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
most of the owners out here are average over 10 years, don't you guys? They're
30
long,
years.
they're long-term owners for most of the parks that are in town now. So it's going to happen very infrequently. And really, it's kind of like a house sale where the owner's really not picking it up. It'll be kind of kicked back onto the buyer's side. It'll be included in the price. You see what I'm saying?
But then we don't charge a homeowner a $600 fee
Well, there
if
are
they
fees
sell.
that the state, when we close on a house, the state does charge fees.
But the city, the permit department does not.
No, but
I mean,
but
we're
a house doesn't
singling
have a
this.
permit. A house doesn't have a permit.
Yeah, we're singling this group. Anyhow, any other public comment on this?
You want it to be zero?
Hi, my name is Corey Donaldson. My brother and I own Riverbend Estates, Cristoval Estates, and also Arden Discount Storage in the city of San Angelo. Question was, with regards to this annual permit, is it or does it not affect current owners?
Annual permit, you're talking about number 3?
Number 3.
We're striking number
the
3.
motion
Okay,
elimination
We're striking
completely.
number 3, completely gone.
Okay,
It's gone.
for that.
For
and,
new,
and then what about for
existing, or-
transfer of ownership? Is that for existing owners or not existing owners?
It'll be for all. I mean,
Because
if you own it
for
now and you
exist-
sell it, let's say you sell it next year, then you would
Okay.
pay if we agree on this. We haven't voted on it.
Because it seems like with regards to like when I go to buy a property, we have to put all utilities in our name. So every single utility, has our new. We also with the taxing authority, like we have very strong, relationship with the taxing authority because in fact we pay over $43,000 a year between Cristoval Estates and Riverbend, and if you add Arden, we do $60,000 plus. So there's many different facets that we have connectivity with the city as to understand that, but that just seems like one more hurdle in order to be able to sell a property. I mean, there's all, you have finance and everything else along those lines, and if it's just one more hurdle that they need to approve and a permit and, transfer fee and all that, it just seems like it's just laborisome. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Johnson. Anyone else? Ms. Candy, identify yourself, and you've got 3 to 5.
Thank you, Council. Candy Poole. I'm with the San Angelo Association of Realtors, but I also served on the Housing Committee. My comment about the transfer fee. I would like to see, perhaps, because didn't think about this until conversation just now, that even in the state of Texas, realtors fight against the word transfer fee. There are no transfer fees for property owners when they sell their property and a new buyer takes over. What the Housing Committee said they wanted was to know who the new owner was if a new park was to change ownership. I would like to see the name change from transfer to maybe a permit operators, whatever. And I do believe the 600 is way too extreme that's why we had it at 100, recommended it to be 100, was because we felt like it was a necessary thing for the permit, which might get changed later in the rest of this discussion. But it was for the change of the permit, not necessarily for the change of the ownership. It was changing permit names so we would know who was accountable. I'd like to see the word transfer fee be something else and it be for that purpose, and that was one permit person to know who the new responsible party was.
I agree with you, Candy. Anyone else? No one else?
Call for a vote.
Got a motion? I've got a second. I'm going to vote against this because I think $600 is too much. And if it fails, then we'll go back and make it 100. All right. The motion's been made. It has been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hold up your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means 4 for. That would be 3 nays, correct?
That's right.
All right. Let's move on into the next one. This is number 13, which is the first public hearing and consideration of introducing an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo by amending Chapter 12, Planning and Development, by repealing Article 12-200 entitled Manufacturing Housing Parks in its entirety, amending Chapter 4 entitled Building and Construction, by adding a new Article 4-1600 entitled Mobile Home Park, Manufactured Housing Park, Recreational Vehicle Park, Annual Operator's Permit, requiring an annual operator's permit, providing for application inspection, providing for annual renewal, providing for grace period, providing for variance, providing for transfer, requiring a guest register, providing for notice of violation, providing for appeal, providing for penalty, providing this ordinance be cumulative, providing for severability clause, providing for publication in the city's official newspaper. AJ?
Nicely done. Okay, to talk about this chapter, I want to take a step back for a moment and review the changes that we've made to this chapter. Again, like the last item, this would be an entirely new piece of city ordinance. So it is not modifying something we have on the books now, it is a new addition altogether. Let's go back for a moment to the Planning Commission meeting on the 17th of February. They did have some specific consensus and wanted us to clarify the ordinance as it related to protections for legal nonconforming parks. And we'll talk about what we did in that regard. The original draft of this particular chapter talked about the owner having 3 different opportunities throughout the process where they could ask for the recognition of their nonconformities on the site, provide a description and documentation of those nonconformities, and if necessary, provide any applicable evidence. The new draft, based on the comments that we heard from the Planning Commission on February 17th and what we heard from you all on March 4th about strengthening that language and making it very easy to understand and follow, is we have revised the draft to reflect the following. At the time of application, the property owner would simply provide a certification that all the nonconformities existed on the effective date of this ordinance. You might recall that the ordinance is designed to, upon second reading, go into effect, but there are 180 days or 6 months for parks to come into compliance with that. So there is a 6-month window there. This would simply require them to let us know that all of the features on the site were there on the date of the ordinance. And the ordinance goes on to say that any nonconformities so certified are deemed as legal. We don't even do the research to see when it was put into place. We don't look at the ordinances that were in place at that time. We simply write them all as being legal nonconformities and allow them to continue in perpetuity, period. That's essentially the end of that. To provide just a little bit of clarity, there were some questions that we received regarding the variance procedure. You might remember that we have variance procedures in place right now throughout our zoning ordinance. We have them through our sign ordinance. It's a request essentially for deviation or relief from the minimum standards, and a board with the city typically hears those requests. We understand that in the future, parks that are existing especially may want to continue developing in a consistent manner, and those consistencies may not be, or might be contrary to the new rules on the books. So we felt strongly that they needed to have an avenue for variance, but variances are not required for their legal nonconforming features. As long as they're certifying that they were there on the effective date of the ordinance, we have a site plan documenting them, we move forward, and that's the end of the story as far as that goes. That certification, we ask for it one time for the initial permit, and they do not have to ask for that again. So those are the changes that we've made based on the discussions that we've had with you all, with the public, with the Planning Commission, et cetera. And let me just show you the language so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Let me flip down to the correct slide.
Should be able to read that.
Well, actually, I'm going to go straight to the draft here.
You want her to make it like 200%?
Okay, so 4.1608 lays out the application process. And so we have removed all of the language regarding the request for recognition and all of those items. We have simply said that the application will be signed and verified and certified for existing nonconformities. And then we have an entire section, although it's very brief, that is dedicated specifically to pre-existing park nonconformities. And it says very simply, as plain as we can possibly make it, I think, that nonconformities that exist on the effective date of the ordinance are recognized as legal and shall be allowed to continue in perpetuity. It mentions that that is subject to the regulations of Article 6 in the zoning ordinance. What Article 6 of the zoning ordinance says about nonconformities, and this echoes state law, is that if a nonconforming use is abandoned for a period of over a year, when it goes into effect in the future, whether it be the same property owner or a new one, it must come up to code. So we're simply doing a cross-reference to that section and eliminating the need for any recognition, description, evidence, et cetera. It's simply part of the application. We do it one time and we let those existing parks continue.
So, question,
Johnny?
AJ, so on that part, the pre-existing ones, as far as, tell me again on the description and documentation that they have to submit.
We've eliminated the requirements for that.
Okay, that is gone.
All they have to do is certify that all those features were on the park grounds when this ordinance went into effect. They sign their name and that's it. We keep that on file and we move forward.
Rodney?
How do they certify that?
By signing the application, we'll have a statement.
So I want to make this real clear. When they come in to us, all they got to do is sign a paper saying this is what all the differences are on that. They don't have to draw a map. They don't have to show all the utilities. They don't have to do all that stuff. And we're going to end up having to pay somebody to do that because they can't do it.
The site plan is part of the application process.
Well,
because without the site plan, we have no records showing us what was non-conforming. And that would mean every time a question came up, the research would have to be done to try to pinpoint when it came into effect.
That should be up to us on that because we've given them the permits to do these things, and we've done over the years. They've done their changes, and when they add new spaces, they have to come to us and do that. I don't think that they should have to do that.
We require it for every kind of permit we issue, a site plan to scale with a list of requirements.
But if you grandfathered, for lack of a better word, if you grandfathered this property in, when we've grandfathered properties in the past, we didn't make them do that.
You're right, and here's the problem that we have. You might remember a discussion that we had with you back in December where we talked about compliance of existing parks. We have no records whatsoever showing how many of the parks in town came to be. We have absolutely no evidence showing the features of any park within the city. So for every complaint we receive, it takes an immense amount of time, and sometimes we can't find the answer of pinpointing when that particular unit came in, or that particular fence was put up. Was a permit pulled? Was it not? It creates an immense amount of work. So we're happy to enforce the ordinance, but our charge was to try to write a draft ordinance that we felt we could enforce.
Right.
And we feel that that information is going to be necessary to draw that line in the sand, and so that staff, whether it's us or someone new down the road, will know the difference between the park as it existed and what was non-conforming and all the new features that came thereafter.
So what did the planning committee say about this?
They understood the need for the site plan.
They were in favor of
it. They did say that they, and I don't think we had a consensus on this, but there was some discussion at the meeting yesterday about looking at some of the requirements for the site plan to see if perhaps some of those could be eliminated. And I let them know that we would certainly look into that. Of course, between yesterday and today, we haven't had a lot of time to do that.
Yeah, if we vote on it, then they're stuck with doing what we.
Well, this is just the first vote.
The first hearing, so we can bring you back a modified draft for second hearing. That
I want to hear
from
the park owners on this and their feelings on this.
On the site plan.
On the site plan and the requirements. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, when I think grandfathering something in, I'm thinking it's just done. They keep existing today the same. Tomorrow they do just what they're doing today. There's no changes, and that's the way I want it to go for them. I want it to be as easy and as smooth as possible. I see your point.
We do too.
I know you do, and I know also I see your point on this. But I also want to make this where, again, this was not meant to do anything to the existing owners, and what we're doing is we were trying to stop man camps from coming to town, and we're not even talking about man camps. We're talking about hurting existing owners and changing things for existing owners. So I'm going to want to hear what they say about this, whether I'll vote for this or not.
Yeah,
we'll get them up here. Charlotte?
I visited with some property owners about this exact thing, and I believe a site plan is important. And they have site plans, and yeah, I mean it's just real simple, just a site plan, and they give it to customers who come in, whether it's telephone work or whatever. You know, they let them know what space and where to go. But if they bring that with their application, they've got one in hand, they bring it, they sign it and date it. That's good enough. They don't have to spend $5,000–$10,000 to go and get a professional drawn out site plan.
But the site plan that they're asking for in there is not that. And I'm totally fine with that. And I know that they all have that.
You're right.
What they're asking for, there is all easements, all water, utilities, everything.
And that's fine. The site plan that was designed by the committee also had signature blocks so that every owner would have a certification that they complied with everything on the books. And we can eliminate that. We're happy to eliminate that because without that information, we can't certify compliance. And that's fine. That's a policy direction, really, from you all.
Yeah, I would be totally fine with that, doing the site plan, because I know they all have site plans. That's how they operate. But that site plan does not have everything that we're asking. I would be, if they sign off saying we are in compliance with those things, and then we come back 3 years from now and find out, oh, well, you're not in compliance. Well, we'll fine them. We have code and compliance that's in place that could to go there.
That's a good one.
See, and I think a site plan is important. The city needs to know how wide the driveways are, how big the slips are, and those sort of things. But I agree with you, the city doesn't need to know where the water meter is, where the utility pole is, all that sort of thing.
It would be very expensive.
Right, and I think what Charlotte's saying is exactly right.
I'm totally on board with you, Charlotte. If we change this to just being their regular site plans, I'm fine with that.
Anybody else? Johnny?
I just had a quick question back on the site plans. AJ, how updated are the Google Maps? If I were to Google any property, could I not use that as a site plan? I mean, could they not do a screenshot and submit that?
Well, a site plan is designed to be to scale and to show us the dimensions of the spaces, to show us what types of units are there, to make sure that if it's a manufactured housing park, that they don't go over their allotted limit of RVs, for example, to make sure that for public safety personnel that we know how wide the access roads are, things of that nature. That's why we require very specific types of site plans for building permits, because we cannot issue a building permit by guessing that everything's up to compliance. It's our responsibility to double check and make sure that those things are in compliance.
And I tend to agree with you, because if for years there has been nothing there, it would be nice to have some sort of record of what's there. So whether they go all fancy or they just get something simple that gives us an idea what's there, I'm okay with, so.
There's what's shorted. Winky, do you have anything on this, sir?
Is this an apartment complex?
No.
No, that's.
I'm sort of in agreement with what I'm hearing from everybody is we do need to have a site plan. We need to make sure, though, it's not onerous and requires too much detail, and the detail is not necessary to for the city to perform their duties and responsibilities. And so maybe, are we just going to go ahead and try to pass this with that in mind, and then come back with the actual language next meeting?
That's what we're doing.
I think we could do that if we just say we don't want these very specific architecturally drawn site plans, but just a site plan showing the park and the dimensions, and then have you come back in the next reading and authenticate this with language.
Okay, so we'll try to come up with some modified language with kind of the bare minimum of what we think we need and let you all
And if we don't like
react to
what you say next week, next meeting, we'll vote it down, and you can go back and do it again.
That's fine.
Do you have anything on this, Marty?
No.
Do I have any public comment on this? Come up, Bill. You're next, ma'am.
Bill Richardson. I think we need a detailed site plan and showing where water lines are, where sprinkler systems are, power lines. I know I worked at a hotel a few years ago, and the city had no site plan. They had a problem with the sprinkler system, and they had to pay for the plumbing company, the company that looked after the sprinklers, to go out and find where the main valves were, and it added a lot more time and expense to repair the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else needs to come up, ma'am? You stood up. You stood up before he did. And I need you to identify yourself, and you have 3 to 5.
Yanina Markova, and I'm representing Sun Lake Estates and Stardust Mobile Home Park, which are 2 of the parks in town. I just wanted to thank the council and agree with them that the language of the ordinance needs to be read carefully and considered carefully for what it actually says. And I feel like probably inescapably, this, because of how complicated and long this ordinance is, there's been some misrepresentation and confusion about how the ordinance is described as what it does and what it actually says. When the process is described as very simple and the park owners just have to say all the features exist, that kind of doesn't let us know necessarily that, wait, you're going to have to put down what features exist, which to me as a park owner, I'm like, okay, I'll do that, but what are features? I have to know what I'm supposed to put down in order to put it down, and it doesn't give me an idea of the scope of the project or how complicated it is. The language we were just reading says signed and verified by the city. What does verified mean in this context? It seems to imply to me the word verified, that someone's going to go and check it out. But that is not represented by saying, oh, the city will just approve the fact that all the non-conforming features exist. I also want to bring up a very minor point, but if the council is going to approve something on the session, I think it's important. In the definitions section of this ordinance, it gives legal non-conforming features as of 2000. I'm not sure what the year 2000 has to do with anything, and it hasn't been brought up in any discussions. It could be just a typographical error, but that also highlights the need to take our time, I think, and make sure that the ordinance says everything. And I want to really encourage the council not to pass anything that hasn't had time to be read through, and have everyone make sure that it says what everyone wants it to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, we will have a first reading. We approve it first time, and then the next meeting comes back and we approve it again. So it takes 2 readings and 2 approvals before anything is law. So anything that we approve today can be changed or amended before we go forward. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Lee Brown, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park. One thing I would like to respectfully disagree with is the idea that we have to know what's on that property. Because You don't know what's on that property. Doesn't mean that the departments that service out there don't know. I can give you, for example, out at Spring Creek, everything we do out there is by permit. We have to be permitted by the Texas Railroad Commission, health permits. Just to sell minnows and worms, I have to have a bait permit from the Texas Parks and Wildlife. Everything that has a permit comes with annual inspections. And I'm also here to tell you, every time a city vehicle comes driving by my park, I'm getting inspected. The parks maintenance is instructed to look at my park every time they drive by and make sure that there are no obvious violations going on. Every time the code enforcement comes out, because I have already obtained a permit for expansion or electrical work or what have you, they're instructed to look at my park to see if there are obvious violations that they need to address. 911. Every site that I have is listed with the 911 coordinator. My address is listed with the 911 coordinator. I have personal information exchanged with the Police Lake Division. They know my exact cell phone number for contact information. If a fire marshal comes out for inspection, every fire extinguisher I've got gets inspected, and don't tell me he's not looking around for anything else. They're going to make sure that I'm not in obvious violation. Code enforcement, I already mentioned them. The local fire department that would cover my area comes out on regular basis to come look at the park to make sure that they can respond properly. That means getting their trucks into the situation. They know my park intimately. They know exactly where the dumpsters are. We tend to have some people dumping and having fires out there. On a regular basis, we are inspected, we're looked over. You may not say it's official inspection, but every department that's going to be required to come out and approve us when we turn in this site plan is already doing it. So I say it's not required. Please don't make us do it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to comment? Same rules, Donaldson.
Yes, please. Thank you. My name is Corey Donaldson. I own Riverbend, Cristobal, and our discount storage with my brother. A couple things. One is when I came in on Sunday, I drove every single RV and mobile home park that I could find in the city of San Angelo, and I found 18. I think I missed one somewhere. But of those 18 that I found, 15, most of these parks have been built anywhere between 20 years ago and 65 years ago. They're on very small parcels of land. There's nowhere they can go. I mean, even the lots are very, very small. There's only 3 that have potential for expansion. And that would be the 2 RV, which are beautiful facility. I mean, it's amazing. And also, side note is, the last couple of days I've met some of the most amazing operators and owners. I mean, it is amazing how great some of these mobile home park and RV owners are. But with that is that there's nowhere for people to expand. So if you're worrying about people going to bring in all these mobile homes and RVs, it's not possible. When they were built, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, these homes were 12 by 40s. Today, the average size home is 16 by 80. The other one is that over the last couple of years, or last 8 years, my brother and I have spent over several $1 million at Riverbend and Cristobal, upgrading utility infrastructure, electrical. Alone, Cristobal was over $500,000. All of that is documented. It's all been permitted. We have 911 coming out. We have code compliance. We have electrical. We have fire. We have pretty much every branch that comes out to our parks already. The other thing is, when all said and done, this gas boom is not good for any of our mobile home and RV park owners. We have a small blip in the screen right now where maybe occupancy that's maybe a little bit less than 100% is going to be 100%. But where our primary competitor is apartments, not stick-built homes. So they're building all these apartments, there's 4 apartments, they're building the motels. When the dust settles and the gas leaves, all of a sudden there's going to be a lot less demand and there's going to be a lot more supply. And we're all going to be fighting for that. And we're going to have to, ratchet down our rates. We're going to have to give rent concessions in order to be able to keep our parks full. The other thing is this is really being done on other real estate asset classes. I know for self-storage, we don't go through as much as we do for mobile home parks and RV parks. So is that being done for apartments as well? And in particular, who we serve for our, at least for us, is 40% seniors and 60% of families. And of that 40% seniors, for example, Riverbend, we charge $175 right now, or we charge $185. We charged 3 years ago $175. We went up 5.2% on them. If we go up any more than $10, they wouldn't be able to absorb that. But very differently, I tried to book a room at Staybridge the other night. $269 with taxes $305. Well, safe to say I'm not saying it's Staybridge, I'll tell you that. But I think that that's really what it is that for us, for mobile home park owners and RV park owners, when the dust settles from this gas, and it's going to come in, I've seen in different areas where we have other parks, it's coming as quick as, and it's left just as quick. Ain't that? And they don't have the water issues that the city of San Angelo has. So again, just my 2 cents. Thank
Good
you.
points. Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Marshall Gray, San Angelo KOA. This is not so much about the site map, although it's part of the whole thing. When y'all started this process 14, 15 months ago, whatever it was, I was under the impression it was for new parks, mobile homes, RV, and that's the way I continued to operate for the past 14, 15 months. Well, I came to a point where I wanted to put in park models. Doing business the way I always had, I hire a contractor, and what does he do? He goes down and buys a permit, or gets a permit, does the work, gets inspected, life is good. Well, now we're changing all that. I can't operate under that set of rules anymore. I've got to, I guess, get a variance to do anything I want to, because now I'm either grandfathered or I'm not. And that's such a gray area right now, listening to all y'all. I don't know what's going on. I've got $60,000 in 2 units at my park that I can't hook up because I can't get electrical to them. I got a sewer permit, and 2 weeks later I couldn't get an electrical permit because of the moratorium. And the moratorium does involve existing RV manufactured home parks. See, I've heard from several of y'all that it wasn't supposed to. This ordinance wasn't supposed to, but it does. Now, it wasn't supposed to, and that's the way I operated. I read the Standard Times, and I thought it was we're all worried about the man camps, but now you're trying to micromanage my business. You want to see my books, my gas register. Next, you'll want to see my tax records, my financial records, which KOA already does, so that's neither here nor there. But if you want to manage my business, then you need to take a vested interest in it. Thank you.
Well said. Charlotte?
I had the question with reference to the moratorium and not getting permits issued for existing businesses, and I called Daniel, and I have the moratorium. I happened to get a copy of it. It was provided to me by Roxanne, and it does not say existing. It was not the intent, or if permits, inspections need to be talked to, because it's not supposed to stop work from going on existing businesses. And the moratorium does say new. I mean, it's...
AJ, on the moratorium itself, as far as the existing businesses, I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, it addressed expansion of even the existing. Is that correct on the moratorium?
Expanding the capacity of the park.
Okay, and that was forbidden until the moratorium's over. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And we did confer with our city attorney's office on that.
And Marshall, that's not what we intended. That's just the way it happened. I guess that's the law of unintended consequences.
So putting this in the ordinance at all is too, because I understand it was only for new parks.
That's not what
Who else?
moratorium says.
He's right on that. I mean, when we started this out, this was not supposed to be.
It was not supposed to be for existing.
I think most of us up here agree with that. And
it was for new camps.
So why are we even talking about this? Let's just
So
grandfather them in and they'll be done. They don't.
Where did the expansion wording come in? I wonder.
Do we want to just hold off on all of this until we can get this worked out?
Well, I don't want to hold off too much because he's sitting there with $60,000 that he's invested, and he can't even connect.
We could put Marshall on the agenda and take care of that. I mean, that's something that was not intended. We can fix that problem.
Well,
but I don't want to create an ordinance that's just going to cause more problems.
And it's not only Marshall. There's one in my district that I've been contacted, that's the same way. He's trying to upgrade his facilities, and he can't, even though he's done the electrical work by a licensed and bonded electrician, he can't get it turned on because of all the stuff that we're doing.
Mayor, you've got another. Corey, hold up. Let's get Brian wants to talk.
Got another one?
Yeah.
Regarding the expansion that you asked, if I might, the moratorium was intended as provided by state law to maintain the status quo of the developments that were in place.
Okay.
So therefore, any changes were termed as an expansion of what was on site.
Can we pull him out and let him get going on that?
Mayor, if I may.
Let me
yes,
review
sir.
I'm not
specifically.
trying to put this on.
I think
Yes.
we're gonna have to put it on the agenda and vote to get him to exempt
No,
him.
but I don't know if we can even do that without, because it's already under the moratorium.
Well, we can
Right,
grant a variance though.
We had met with the park owner and proposed one of the provisions under the ordinance is to apply for a hardship. And so we've been in discussions with him.
I just want to help him out. And
Right.
the other park owner too. These guys are losing money
Right.
every day that they're not renting out their spaces.
Right. Well, we did invite the current owners that felt that they had they were eligible for a hardship variance from the moratorium to submit the paperwork to the department for review, and then later scheduling on council agenda. But perhaps if the owner contemplated that the new laws would be in place by the time the hardship app would be reviewed, then perhaps he didn't move forward.
Again, though, to me, we're just, when you say grandfather, it just needs to be the way it was. I mean, they shouldn't even have to apply for a hardship. I mean, it should be just the following rules.
Because the use was legally non-conforming, and as the legal term is.
We missed a term when we
Yes.
put the moratorium in. We missed a term. Your time.
My name is Brian Brown, and I own Shade Tree Village on 29th Street. We continue to use the word grandfather. Legally non-conforming is the legal term, I believe.
Yes.
We're going to continue as we go through this process of these chapters to baby step everything pertaining to the existing parks in town. I would like to propose to council that if your intent is to grandfather the existing parks under the rules and regulations that we are under currently, to please take into consideration and eliminate us from this ordinance altogether, and please vote favorably in doing so.
From all
He's got a very good point there.
From all parts of it.
He's got a very good point, that we just take all of the existing point, that the ordinance applies only to new parks from this point forward, and everyone that's in business right now, they continue to work under the same rules.
With due respect, we're going to stair-step through this, and we're going to be here till probably 4 o'clock this afternoon, and every one of these steps we go through.
No, we won't, because at 2 o'clock, I get an adjournment motion from Winky, so.
Well, we're going to be here for a while, and as we baby step through these chapters, it's going to pertain to every one of these existing parks, and we're going to address these same issues, and the grandfather legally non-conforming issue will come up. And hopefully we will continue to vote favorably that the existing parks will be grandfathered. So I would propose to the council to consider eliminating altogether the existing parks and grandfathering this out of this.
I agree with you.
I do.
And if I can get a motion, we'll just do it that way. We'll just stop these proceedings until we can get things right.
I move that we accept
That's
that
it.
all existing parks and RV parks and mobile home parks in the city continue going as they are now and pulled out of this ordinance, not included in this ordinance at all.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim?
And it's not just this ordinance, it's
all of
now
them.
we have 3.
All of them. Well, it'll be 4, because that last
Four.
one is, this same thing was, the same problems were involved in the last one.
Yeah.
Good morning, my name is Jim Turner, and I think one of the issues that we're looking at here is really we're using one term when we actually need to have 2. We're using the term expansion for both growing larger, adding more space, things like that, but we're also using it, listening to what I'm hearing, we're using expansion to mean upgrade. We have some people that are doing things to improve their park within the existing boundaries. when we need to define expansion of these parks here as expansion in the number of available slots and land size. Anything done within their existing number of spaces and footprint as far as property goes needs to be considered an upgrade, not expansion. And that needs to be where we clarify it. We need to allow these people to upgrade as much as they need to be competitive. Expansion would be if they go out and buy an adjacent lot, and then they should fall under the new regulations just to keep it fair to a certain degree. But even there on that, when they're expanding into new land, only that new land should be what's considered expansion. And in fact, an additional park that's attached to their existing one. So that we don't give them an unfair advantage. We need to have it to where anything that happens within their footprint today is an upgrade. If they add another 10 acres, 20 acres adjacent to it, that's considered a new park for the permit process, not necessarily for land ownership, et cetera, but as far as we're concerned on the planning, that's a new park. That's not going to affect anything they do within the boundary of the existing area. That's how this needs to be approached. Thank you.
Rodney?
Jim, I like everything you just said, except for when they do, there are 3 parks in this city right now that can expand. 2 of them are RV parks and 1 is a mobile home park. I feel as though we're going to cut off their head on this deal on the new regulations if you make them follow. Let's say Marshall goes out and buys 5 acres, which is for sale back. There's hundreds of acres actually for sale behind him right now. And we put the new regulations in place which says 1,000-foot setback, 1,000 foot. Well, he's going to have to buy 10, 15 acres in order just to make a little bitty footprint of trailers in the middle of that. Because there's in that area that he's in is zoned residential back there. You have to be 1,000 foot away from the residential area according to these new ordinances. What I would like to see is that any existing park that's in place today, the footprint that's there today, if they were to purchase or one of the RV parks is not even an owned park, it's a lease park. We own the land, the city does. If he expands over there, I would like him to be able to expand, or them, all 3 of them, to be able to expand under the regulations that they're under right now today. Because they can't expand. None of the 3 could expand, I think, under the new regulations. It just couldn't work. They couldn't have the right. So basically, we're putting in place rules that are going to stop free enterprise, stop their growth, and continue to service the community the way that they're servicing right now. So I like what you said, everything except for the new and I think that it needs to be land that's already adjacent to their land. That we come up with some kind of language on that land that's already adjacent to them. Of course, you don't want to. If they open up a new park, they follow the new rules. But if they just expand, and each one of these guys, I know that Lee has expanded a couple times, 2 or 3 times, probably over the years. Probably every so many years, he sees a need to do that. And if we put him under these new rules, he won't be able to do that. So that's the only disagreement I have with that. Everything else, I agree with you on.
And I think that's a valid concern, but at the same time, the reasons for the setback provisions and the provisions you're adding here don't disappear just because it's an existing park. And if we're encroaching on existing property, we need to have at least the spirit, if not the full setback, there, so that the only reason to have a setback is to prevent damage to property owners and property values now. And giving one group the ability to do that damage unfairly also need to be taken into consideration. The reason for having new expansion come under the same rules is if there's a reason to do it for one set of people, their existing business we don't want to encroach on, but at the same time, everybody needs to be playing by a similar set of rules going forward, and that includes an expansion especially. Thank you.
No, I'm not going to agree with that.
Y'all know who I am now.
You're still Marshall?
Yep. We've started a lot of conversation. I got this draft 18 days ago. Matt, and since that time, we've got in touch with a lot of y'all because we had never seen this before. We weren't involved in developing it, discussing it. Yeah, and I understand there's a guy that owns the RV park that was on it. He resides in San Angelo, but his park is somewhere else, and maybe he was wanting to build one. I don't know. But just if we're having all this discussion, how can we even, I mean, we're having discussion, but how can you vote on this thing? I mean, it's too ambiguous, it's too confusing, it's too contradictory. And this group behind me, we got together and had a meeting. And just think if we had all been involved, we might have a workable project right now.
Thank you. I'd rather take a little longer on this and get it right than try and piecemeal this thing together.
Lee, were you fine with the motion that I made to exclude it from all ordinances?
Yes.
I mean, just exclude all the current owners that are in place today to exclude them from all ordinances, right. All 4 of the ordinances.
Yeah.
All of you guys are in favor of that, right? So you would be fine if we did vote on that.
Well, with that motion, we've got a motion and we've got a second. That we exclude all existing parks from any of this ordinance. That it's a totally different, they work under one set of rules, any new parks works under another, is the way I understand it. I've got a motion, I've got a second.
May I please?
Yes, sir.
AJ, if I could, did you want to make another comment before I make my comment?
I would just like to add a little bit to that. We're talking about delaying action. I'd just like to give you another reason why to delay action. It has been pointed out, and we found out for sure yesterday, that no current park owner of the San Angelo, Texas, was ever consulted on any of this. We do have representation from Texas Association Campground Owners. We have national representation from KOA, and I have with me the standards by which RV parks should be built. I say because of this that we should consider not doing anything except what y'all are discussing now, because as an RV park owner, we are covered actually by different rules than mobile home parks. Because everything is being lumped together, Marshall and I and other RV park owners are looking at losing rights that the state of Texas affords us. For example, RV parks operate under a site services agreement, not a tenant-landlord agreement. I provide services, they sit on a site to gain benefit of my services. We also have the reason we do that is because the state of Texas protects us with utilities, in that somebody does not pay the utilities or site services. I can say, you no longer have services, please remove your trailer, please remove your motorhome. That's according to the state of Texas. We have theft of services. If they wish to use our services and disappear without paying, I have legal ramification. I can't do that under tenant-landlord agreements. These are all under Texas penal codes. Trespass, I have specific written Texas penal code RV park language that is defined by the Texas penal code, trespass, Texas Penal Code 30.05, RV parks are specifically listed. However, the opinion of Texas Association Campground Owners is that you start lumping us together, we start losing our rights such as this. So I would suggest that we start over. I don't know, that's an awful hard word since we're running out of time here. Actually gain some benefit from people who know what we're doing. This actually includes the specifications for how RV sites should be built. Just for grins, we're trying to approach this from the idea of man camps. At this time, if you put it properly in the ground, according to the National Fire Protection Association 1194, it's a minimum of $10,000 per site. That's not putting anything on top of it. That's just being able to park a trailer there. Right there, we've already got some of our problems solved. So I think if you would consider holding off. Let's regroup and take care of this properly with local campground owners being involved. I think we can solve a lot of this mess pretty quick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Mayor, I was going to say that we have a motion and a second as
Yes.
far as to just to do away with the grandfather. We could leave everything the way it is at this point, but make the other changes. I just wanted to make sure that there's been a lot of work that's been done at this point. And AJ, I wanted to talk to you and make sure that we have any concern that you may have about going back that way. We don't have a problem going back and meeting with this group, but as far as the way it is drawn up right now, as far as the motion that's been made, what concerns do we have at this point?
I think as long as we have clear direction, that will help,
Right.
because we haven't had that throughout the process. We did draft the sections for zoning to respect those non-conforming existing parks. We've written that into the permitting process. Perhaps it's not worded the way people would like it to be worded. We can try another, try to do that again. The kind of looming date is the May 16th deadline, which is the expiration of the moratorium. So as long as you're all comfortable with that, and you're comfortable with perhaps making yourselves available for special meetings if the need arises to meet the May 16th deadline, staff can act accordingly. We just need, I think, some clear direction.
Well, I'm just saying maybe we could sit down with this group to make sure they go through what we currently have and make sure that any concern that they have is vetted out, and we take care of that and make sure we come back, because the intent was to come here and make sure that we didn't affect those current
Yes.
park owners, and that exactly was our intent. It's obvious that there's a lot of concerns out there that we need to address with them and actually have a sit down and make sure that we go through that, highlight, and make sure that before it comes back up here again, that we have a pretty clear understanding that this is what is agreeable for everybody.
I agree, and I think we also need to make sure that we include the city attorney's office in that process, because most of the language that we put together was in an effort to make all parties happy, but also follow the law. So that's an added complication we need to keep in mind.
And I might also add that on number 12, we have already changed the grandfather because we are charging existing parks. If they sell or transfer, we're charging them a fee, and that was not part of the rules that they exist under now. So we say we've grandfathered them, yet we've already added additional fees to them that didn't exist before this ordinance. And I think it's time to back off. I think it's time to. I think we've gone too far.
Well, I've already made the motion in a second. We're going to have to vote on this.
That's right.
I am saying this, to be perfectly clear, this is all non-conforming trailer parks and RV parks within the city limits at this time should be stricken from all 4 ordinances. That's the motion that I made.
And that also will go back and redo number 12 that we just voted on.
But I'm saying all.
I'm
So
with
it's-
you.
it's
I'm
just-
with you.
So I think this is an easy deal. Just let's vote on it, and I think they're happy with that.
And one last comment. Actually, I was at the Planning Commission yesterday. They resoundingly, together had the exact same message as all of you have today. So they were with it, and I think for all of us as park owners, we would love to be just excluded from this, because it seems like it started with the man camps, and it's like in a tangent all the way out here, 1,000,000 miles away. Let's bring it back to the man camps and leave it there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Two cents.
the motion is that the existing camps as they exist today,
Non-conforming.
that are non-conforming, that they will be left
Legal-
under the
legal
rules.
non-conforming.
They will be left under the rules as they are today, and that any new camps then will come under the new rules, however we enact them.
Well, they will be taken. Actually, they will be taken from the ordinances, the 4 ordinances that we're looking at today. So any legal non-conforming parks that are in place today will be taken from the ordinances. They'll be stricken from it.
Be excluded.
They'll be excluded from any of the new ordinances. That's how.
And could I ask for clarification?
I have one question.
I just wanted
Yes, ma'am.
clarification, council member. They will not be subject to any of the new regulations, even if they do any future expansion or revamping of the current status quo.
That's the argument I have, but we got to take
Yes.
one thing at a time here. I don't want them in the new ordinances, so I think that affects them even on the future stuff too. Is the way I would see it.
Yeah, they can do anything.
Not anything, but they can do what the rules that they're in place that are right now. Am I correct?
Well, it looks to me if they're going to expand, they're going to have to get a permit, just like they
gotta
did
do-
yesterday.
But they had to
They're
do
going to
that
have to do it anyway.
But they should be under the rules that are in place
Under
right
the old
now.
rules.
Clarification point.
Yes, sir. Winky.
You're not, in connection to your motion, you're not suggesting that we table these other ordinances today?
Not at all.
And we move forward.
I want to
after
move
your
forward on
vote.
all that. I'm in total agreement of all the other stuff for the new parks. That's where you and I are both together on that. That's what we came in here to do, is to stop those new parks, the man camps, not parks, the man camps from coming in. So I think the new regulations will help that. But my motion is to exclude all the existing RV and trailer parks, mobile home parks that are in the city, and move forward with the ordinance. I just
Vote
want
on the other ordinances after your motion is voted
Yeah, then we
on.
can vote on that separately.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't either. Yes, ma'am. One short comment.
Very short. Yanina Markova, Sun Lake and Stardust. I'm not going to be repetitive. I do agree and support and want to add my voice to that. But I also wanted to point out an advantage to doing it that way, even to those of you who are concerned about existing parks and would like a site plan, would like changes in this way or that way. That can certainly be handled later separately from this. If right now you handle the existing parks and then the moratorium time constraint will no longer be in place because you can deal with us later. There's no rush. You've been dealing with us for the last however many years. Even if there's concerns, it's not an urgent concerns, surely. And I would ask that you then maybe put in place some kind of guidelines for working with us on working out new ordinances that do address us if you want to go that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I might ask, is the motion to change what was presented instead of tabling? Because I think I would recommend that we just table now, because what was presented is different than what you're asking.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back and work on 12 again.
Right. Okay.
But 12 just affects the trailer parks. Okay. My motion, I made it. My motion is to exclude all legal, non-conforming parks and trailer RVs and trailer parks that are in the city. Remove them from all four ordinance, even from that.
But in 12, we just voted that they've sold a transfer, they would pay a $600 fee, which is not what they live under now.
Okay, then the three other ordinances that we're talking about now, we're talking about this one and the two more we haven't even gotten to yet.
Well, if we're going to kill them, if we're going to stop it today, then we're going to have to go back and change 12 and take them out of 12 as well.
No.
I would prefer to do that. I mean,
if we don't,
I didn't vote for 12. I didn't either. I voted against 12. So,
but we're making two. We're saying they stop today. What is allowed today allows today. But then on 12, we said you will now have to pay a $600.
We didn't say that. I didn't say that.
4 of us said that we would have to pay it in the future. So we can't have both ways.
But we could change that. We could change that in the next meeting.
We have a legal
second
opinion.
reading.
Okay.
Since the new owner, the legally non-conforming owners would not be required to obtain a permit, then the new ordinance wouldn't affect them at all. I mean, the ordinance under item 12 wouldn't.
It wouldn't affect, because it's a new ordinance.
Right.
And then they.
Right.
Okay.
And if we don't have a problem with that,
Okay.
but
No.
I'm just trying to understand council's direction as to the legally non-conforming uses, not just we're allowing them to maintain the status quo by not, but with regard to expansion, I'm reiterating what I said before. I'm just trying to understand that the whole purpose of the moratorium was to give us time to develop ordinances that would protect the public health, safety, and welfare. And so the idea that there's a set of business folks that are not going to be subject to any future regulations is what I'm hearing, and just trying to grasp that.
The motion's been made, it's been seconded, it's time to vote on it.
I agree with you on that, but I think that we'll talk about the expansion in the future. We'll have to do, there's a possibility of doing a variance.
We'll do it on the next meeting. We have to approve it the second time.
We'll
make adjustments in. Marty?
What happens if the property sells, the existing ones that we're taking out?
No, they still fall under the same. They have to. Well, because what are you going to do? They're going to have to go in there with a 1,000-foot setback on that? They won't be subject to any of the...
I'm just asking.
That's what a true grandfather or legal non-conforming clause is. It will go on basically forever as long as the trailer park is there.
Johnny?
No, I was saying
Okay.
Candy and Harry were up.
I know this has been a long time, and we've had a lot of argument on this, but I'm going to disagree with Rodney on this. It's grandfathered, Harry Thomas. It's grandfathered for the present owner only. If we're going to do this, we need to do this in such a way that if it sells, the new owner comes under the new ordinance. And I believe that's exactly the way we intended to start this as we went down the line. We talked about the moratorium however long ago it was. We started back in September or whatever the time frame was. And one of the things we said at that time was also expansion. Now, whether that was our intent to use that word or not, we did. And I think it's in the council minutes. So point being here is we're not going to solve these issues today. I agree with you. We should work with the park owners, come to the best language that will help the city not get the man camps as we intended, but we need to move forward on this. We're spending a lot of council time, a lot of staff time, a lot of public time, and we need to get this completed in the moratorium time frame. Thank you.
Candy Pool. Council, I would just tell you that the way I understand the motion that Rodney has made before you would undo anything from item number 12 because it overrides, I'm not an attorney, but the motion then being all four, taking out the existing parks would be out of all four, no matter what number 12 had been done. And I think this is very good. I was on the Housing Committee. We need to deal perhaps now with just the new, which was what we started with. It was the man camp thing. We wanted to make sure that San Angelo's quality of life was maintained. As it progressed, existing sort of started being talked about. With this motion, you will take everything that has legal, non-conforming, existing out of all four of the ordinances. You'll deal just with the new, and then that will take care of the moratorium. And I believe that that motion would take care of all of it if you passed it.
Thank you, Candy.
Thank you.
We beat this horse to death. Let's take a vote. And the motion is that we stop existing parks as they are right now, or under the rules that are enforced right now. Anything that happens after the rules are enacted would be under a different set of rules. Is that pretty well summarized?
For all four ordinances.
For all four ordinances. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
We got a 6-1 on that.
Thank you.
Existing parks, it doesn't matter. Nothing, you're not involved in this from now on. It is 12:04 and I have had about all I can stand for a while. I think it's time to break for lunch and do our executive. Let's see how long this is. Is everybody in agreement that we break? Yes. Okay. Let me read the executive. Executive session under the revision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government Chapter 551, Open Meeting Subchapter D. Exceptions to requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. Section 5510712, to consult with its attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, State Bar of Texas, clear to conflicts with a chapter regarding 1, Texas Open Meeting Act, and 2, city water rights as related to settlement agreement between City Hickory Water Conservation District Number 1, City of Brady, calls number 2779B and 3293B, and the 119th District Court, Concho County, Texas, calls of 03996 and the 198th District Court of McCulloch County. Section 551072, deliver its purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property regarding Lake Nasworthy. It is 12:05, and we are now in executive, and I expect this will take an hour and 15.
I was going to say 30 minutes. Let me make it an hour.
We're gonna try and be back here. We're gonna try and be back here by 1:15. That's the go. Let's go ahead and get this started. It is 1:13.
Where's Johnny?
Johnny's not here.
Okay.
Johnny Silvas is left, so there's just 6 of us to finish this up. So any tie votes, we'll have to work with it next week. I have had a couple of requests, and because of some time issues, We're ready to go to 14. 14 and 15 are primarily going to be staff items. But I've had a request from 21. This is the consideration of approving a proposal for the development of the dog park as part of the Red Arroyo. And the young woman that wants to speak to this is a student. She's missing school and she wants to get back as quickly as is possible. So if council does not have a problem, I would like to pull 21st first, next. And also 19, Mark Barta is speaking on this, and Mark has a plane to catch. So if council will approve, I would like to bring 19 next, and then we'll go back to 14, 15. Any problems with council? Let's go to 21. Consideration of approving a proposal for the development of the dog park as part of the new Red Arroyo Trail project. Brother White, you are on, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't believe we've really talked to the city council about a dog park before. We've started to talk about it with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And I just want to give you a quick history of where we're talking about doing this.
You have.
And just a quick background. When we did the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Master Plan just recently, the dog park did list number 2 as the item that the respondents to the survey said this is important to us. As the next facility you add to a park or whatever facility you add, consider a dog park. It's our number 2 item. We've looked at 2 locations to build the dog park, Lone Wolf Bridge area, which I'll show in a second, an area by the Red Arroyo next to the trail we're conceiving of developing. We've talked with the board. They recently at the last meeting recommended approval of moving forward with the dog park. Cost could range from $50,000 to $150,000 for development depending on where we do the park. It's cheaper, it's on the lower end if we tied in with existing or new parking areas as part of the Red Arroyo Trail. If we have to go to an area where we have to build a parking lot, then we'll look at the more expensive costs. And then annual maintenance, we're estimating about $8,000 to $10,000 a year. And that's really just for limited mowing and litter pickup and some of the maintenance of the drinking fountain water and lights. Of course, we've tried to encourage a group to lease some property and actually develop and maintain a dog park. That hasn't come through yet, but I think we've got the right elements in place now to move forward as a city project with some donated funds. This is the Lone Wolf Park location. This is Avenue L, Paint Rock Road, the old fire training center, fire station here. Here's the water treatment plant, the South Concho River. This is one area we've looked at doing the dog park. Ideally, you need at least about 2 acres to do one, and you divide that up between small dog area and large dog area. One disadvantage to this site, a couple of disadvantages, it doesn't have parking yet, and there's power lines that go through it. We could have the dog park underneath the power lines, but it's not the ideal situation. The next location is at the Red Arroyo. Here's, if you're familiar with the trail that's being proposed to be developed, I think it'll be talked about here soon. 2 locations we're looking at. One is on the west side of College Hills Boulevard. This is the parking we're anticipating developing off Middlebrook Road as part of that project. This is College Hills Unidad Park. This is parking we're proposing to add as part of that project. We've got 2 locations here because it's not quite the 2 acres we need in total. We'd have to split it up, probably put the small dog park here and the larger dog park here, or vice versa. Another option is on this side, which we could put it all together, small and large dog area, but we don't have parking here. We'd have to build a short drive and some parking and then build the park. Just a few examples of other cities. This is and the ones that I've seen personally. This is Wiggly Field in Denton, South Denton. It's quite a distance from the parking area. The parking area is about a football field's length away. Here's the area for large dogs, medium dogs, and small dogs. This is Abilene. We're taking a road trip up there for a few hours in the next few weeks to check this one out. We've already got cost estimates on this one, but it's there by the zoo on the east side of the city, off the loop, and it's actually one of the first ones I've seen that are actually separated. So it is done elsewhere. This is the large dog area. This is the smaller dog area, and fortunately they already had parking available. This is Cedar Bark Park in Round Rock. Councilman Silvas has seen this one. he could speak to it if he were here. He actually was so excited when he saw this on a Sunday. He called me and said, "We have to get one of these." But it's huge. I couldn't. The picture doesn't even encompass it all. It's got a large entrance, area to wash the dogs, drinking fountains for dogs. Of course, maintenance access. They actually have a Friends of the Dog park, which we would love to have as well, to help maintain it. A notice board to put notices. Of course, the dispensers for the doggy bags, which we placed in trash cans. They actually have a pond. We're not suggesting we have a pond. Obstacles for dogs so they could run around or jump through. Right now, we're working on a collaborative plan with the Girl Scouts, one Girl Scout in particular, local businesses for support as well, and we being the city working together collaboratively. The question is, does the council want to see this project move forward? We think we have the right elements in place to do so. Our proposal is not to ask council for money to develop the park. Our plan is to see what monies we could raise and then come back to council with a plan and the money that we've raised to see if you want to move forward. And of course, if you do want to move forward, we can come back and show you our design of where we think the park could fit well and what those costs would be. But it really depends on whether we could tap into a parking lot or not. So I'd like to bring in Megan, who's the Girl Scout, to talk about how she's going to help with this project.
Hello, I'm Megan. I have some few fundraising ideas of how to get this started. Of course, I've mentioned before the pavers, like at the library. We could have people of deceased pets, they could write their names on them, or people that are just love dogs, they can have their name on the park as a memorial. Also, we could have companies such as like Petco and like other vets, they could donate money and have a sign up on the fence maybe. Or we could even do a walkathon, kind of like the breast cancer walk, where they could take pledges. Owners could bring their dogs, take pledges, and walk around like Unidad over where there might be the dog park. And we could also have an adoption event there to get some publicity out and get San Angelo excited for all of this. I think that'd be helpful. We could also have a bake sale there and tie this giant event together and get everybody to get excited for it and get some money raised for it. We could also talk to local groomers and have them have a dog wash there. And so people could bring their dogs and get them bathed and groomed, and they could donate the proceeds to the dog park project. That's about it. Oh, I also found a couple grants. There's a Petco grant that I've been looking at, and I'm going to apply for that one. There's a Walmart one that's about $3,000. There's also the American Kennel Club, and there's a couple others I found, but I'm going to research more into. That's about all.
Great.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You better watch your job, Carl.
Really?
Council, let's discuss this.
I'm all in favor of this, especially if we can keep the cost down. We need, and I think Carl already knows this, if we can tie it back into the parking lots, which we're already going to have anyways, you think it will be on the bottom end of that, the estimate that you gave?
Right. If we do the first option we're looking at probably about $50,000 to $60,000.
Not including any kind of, like you said, you want to look at the fundraising options and things like that first, and then we'll see how much we have to come up with afterwards.
Yes, we're not asking council for money right now.
Charlotte?
I think it's great. It's needed. I listened to national news this weekend, and I understand that Americans spend $55 billion, that's with a B, dollars a year on their pets. Lots of animals. I like the area of the Arroyo. You know, it is a flood zone, so the future of being built out is not going to happen. It ties together with the other parks in the area, and I think it's wonderful. I'd like to see council proceed.
And it's centrally located.
Yes, it is.
Which is even better. The Lone Wolf thing, kind of, because it's south to the side of the city, I think it'd be better right in the center.
I know we've been dealing with this since I've been on council. There's been requests for this from different areas and never could get much traction. But then Megan wasn't pushing those.
Well,
I think it's a wonderful idea. Do we need a motion? Do you need a consensus? What do we need here?
Motion to approve concept, move forward.
Second.
Do we have any further public comment?
Council, Candy Poole, a lot of hearing from me today. The San Angelo Association of Realtors has already met on this. We have a committee that would be looking at this as one of the projects for us as well, that we could be a help in this, maybe with fundraising, but we'd like to help Megan in some way, just letting you know that some of the city's other businesses are for this.
Thank you, Candy.
Thank you.
Any further comment from the public on this? Any further comment from council? Then we do have a motion that we approve the concept to allow staff to develop the idea of a dog park and to find ways to pay for it, and then bring it back to us for a final. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one. Thank you, Megan. The next thing we're going to consider, we'll bring number 19, which is consideration and possible action regarding improvements to city-owned land leased by the Concho Valley Archery Association. Mr. Dixon.
Good afternoon, Council. Let me see if I can find which one we are. I have today with me Mr. Mark Barta, the President of the Concho Valley Archery Association, is going to give a short presentation as soon as I figure out how to work this. Basically, they want to do some improvements to the archery range.
You had it right the first time.
Just scan it down.
Yep.
How we doing? Sorry. They want to clear some trees to increase some parking areas and widen some existing roads for target transportation. This is a very heavily wooded mesquite patch, basically, out at the lake, and the Archery Association leased this property from the city since the early 90s, and their current lease extends into 2017. So with that, I'll bring up Mark for the presentation, and we'll be short and sweet.
Thank you, Ricky. Again, my name is Mark Barta. I'm the president of the Concho Valley Archery Association, Mayor, Council. How's everybody doing? We appreciate this opportunity to visit with y'all. According to my members of my club that are in their 80s, they have leased this land, Concho Valley Archery, under different names from the city of San Angelo since the 50s. We appreciate this opportunity to be able to lease this land and provide this opportunity. What I wanted to tell you, just brief history about the archery club, briefly. We have over 200 members. We actually service a lot of folks and a lot of individuals in this community. Archery is on its extremely popularity. We have just started a 4-H archery club, and we have over, it says 40, but since we did this slideshow, we've actually have 60 members from the ages of 8 and 17. Not only do we have youth, we never charge youth, we provide equipment for them. Angelo State students use our facility. Goodfellow, we actually provide our facility at no cost to the Girls and Boys Boy Scouts when they ask us to. We actually have SAISD classes that come as an honor for them having good attendance and good grades. We show and have them have a day at the archery club. We have monthly shoots, we have state qualifiers, and we were actually up for a state championship where we would bring 400 to 500 shooters. But with the increase of our hotel usage, we're not at the top of that list right now. Ricky has already described what we would like to do. We are in a very unique position. We've had an opportunity where we've had a donation of equipment, fuel, and labor to do this work for us. And that's why we wanted to come to you and actually do this. This is our front gate of the archery club. It's on the way to the Middle Concho Park. And what I'd like for you to see on the right where you walk, where you look to that slide, that's our main parking lot. Last month I had 81 shooters. In that small area, I had people parking up and down Red Bluff Road. What we would like to do is widen to the left side of that screen a parking lot basically the same size. There's another picture of our parking lot. coming from the static range out to Red Bluff Road. And what we want to do is basically make a mirror image of that on the other side. There's a picture of what we'd be cutting through, mainly mesquite, brush. We're going to look at maybe doing a fundraiser, cutting trees down, if 4-H wants to do it to raise money, do whatever. But we do have folks that will come in and take care of this, haul off the trash, do everything. The only thing we're not sure of is we would like to possibly put base down for a parking lot. The only advantage in that would be the amount of mowing or upkeep to it. But on the other hand, we've had a lot of members that have said it looks so nice to have a good grass mowed, so we haven't made that decision. We would hopefully get direction from council on that. This 91 acres we lease from you is, we fight an everyday battle to keep nature from taking it over. That's just a picture of the underbrush. We're continually cutting and doing things. What we actually do is we set targets up in through this where people can walk, take animals, take their dogs, kids, whatever, and they shoot and enjoy it. Another picture of just the underbrush. We're hoping someday maybe we can get another entity in there to help us clear the brush. It is a concern, but it's hard to do it when you have a club, and you can only imagine trying to keep 100 acres in this situation. One thing we need to do is, this is our static range where we keep targets up for people to shoot. We would like to remove a few trees in this area. We never asked for this before, but now when we have 60 children shooting bows and arrows, those trees in the way could cause a safety issue. We also, this range goes back about 50 yards. We would like to make that static range to go all the way back, probably to be able to handle 70, 80-yard targets. You never know. Someday San Angelo may have an Olympic champion and they need that distance to shoot so they can practice, and we have kids shooting bow and arrows that direction. Here's a picture, an overhead of where the area that we have, and I think this next slide is a Google map that actually shows the increase of the parking area that we would like to do. If not, as you can see along that road, we will have people parking up and down that road. We shoot the first Saturday of the month, and we have other shoots during the year. This is just some pictures. I've got people of our last shoot that was parking in the brush. There was nowhere to park. They were driving their pickups in there, and then here's another picture of how crowded it is in our area. And as you can see, we're full, and we would really like to have this opportunity. I would hope are there any questions I possibly could answer for council?
Winky?
I'm not sure what you're asking us to do, number one, but number two, on those trees, are those mesquite trees you're wanting to cut down?
Yes, sir, only mesquite trees.
Okay.
We have nothing on our property. We're hoping to widen the parking lot. We would also like to take the roads. Some of the roads are too narrow for us to drive a pickup in, and we need to take a few mesquite trees up and down and around those roads so that we can make them navigable to put targets out.
So what do you need from us?
Permission. I'm sorry. Thank you.
The reason we're here today on the lease, it specifically says no trees may be removed from the leased premises without the prior written consent of the city council, and that's what we would request from you today. Would allow them to remove the necessary mesquite tree and underbrush to accommodate their needs.
Rodney, this is yours.
Yeah, I went out there and I looked at this, and I think I talked to you a couple months ago on this situation, and this is only a positive for us as a city. I mean, to help out our residents in the lease. This already is on their land. He's not asking for more land. He's just asking to clean it up and make it, actually he's asking to make it safer for our residents to park and not park on the street. So this is kind of a no-brainer. Plus, any mesquite you get off of there is just how much water do we have? That's the picture of the lake right across from there.
That's right, and I'm glad you brought that up.
Actually, I would like to.
I'm all in favor of let's get rid of mesquite trees.
And really, we need to come back, I think, and talk about this situation in all areas around the lake out there. We know how much mesquite is all the way around there, and how many hundreds, if not thousands, of gallons of water they use. So, but for this item, I'm totally in favor of them increasing the parking lot size, taking out all the trees they want, and widening their roads through there that we talked about. And also taking out the few trees that's already in the mowed area to make it safer for you.
Anybody else?
Just roughly, how big is that area that's marked off?
We didn't measure it, Marty. I mean, it's you could do a graphical deal of the area from the picture, but you can't walk through it to measure it.
Okay. It's probably an acre, wouldn't you think?
Well, probably somewhere in that
Close.
range. I mean, we didn't want to get that specific. We just kind of, that was the intent of something about that size.
Yeah.
Ricky?
Had a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you know and are well aware, but with respect to those mesquite trees, they need to be effective in what they do, which seems to me like either one of two things. Either if they grub them, they need to get the taproot out of there, or if they're just going to cut them off about ground level, they need to spray them with Remedy and Diesel and try to kill those stumps so that the roots aren't still growing.
My understanding is that they prefer the grub method to get them out of there where it would be safe to park.
Okay, go ahead, Rodney.
I move that we accept this. How did you word this? Just to increase the size and the mowing? How was it worded?
Yes, sir. I mean, if you'll just agree that they can remove the trees is kind of what we're after. We can take care of the rest of it.
And also widen the road there
Right.
and
Personally, I don't care how many trees.
Yeah,
how
that's
many
what I'm
mesquite
saying.
trees
I
move
prefer
them
them
all,
to take the
Mark.
whole 90 acres and get them all off.
Make a field out of it.
We need to leave some around the perimeter. It kind of works as a fence back here on the backside where people not come in there. It is posted as an archery range, and there is danger of people just walking around back there, but
Are these proposed?
I second it.
I move that we accept the proposal as presented.
And I second.
Make a field with a perimeter.
Yep.
I do have a motion. I do have a second.
Around the perimeter, wood fence, the cut up log, the old-fashioned way.
Do I have any public comment on this? I call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one. Thank you, Mark.
Sorry,
All right.
sorry it took so long for us to get to you.
Did we ever make we never took a vote on 13, did we, AJ?
No, we didn't.
Because we had another motion to take care of the, so I guess we really need to vote on 13, which is to renew and to provide for the inspection process for new parks. Am I right?
Correct.
Anybody want to move on that?
No, I want to go over the inspection process. I just can't see having to go through 8 departments to get an approval inspected. That just...
Yeah, on a yearly basis. I don't think that even the new people, if there are going to be new people, I don't
see any reason.
Can we hold off on that, AJ?
Can we hold off on the item?
Yeah, can we look at...
You can.
Wouldn't do anything now.
Well, we don't. We have a time limit on this where we've got to get this done.
May 16th.
We may have to have a special meeting.
Well, keep in mind you've got one extra meeting to play with because your next regular meeting would be the 1st, and then you also have the meeting of the 15th.
Right.
It just lengthens the time, stretches it out to have to go through 8 departments to get inspections, when we emphasize one-stop shop and all the other things, and this doesn't flow.
Well, could we just take that out, like I just did the other? Would you be happy with that? And then pass the ordinance?
Yeah. I just don't like the 8 inspections, so make your motion.
You want to make a motion?
No, you can.
Do we want to do that, or do we want to bring this back at the first meeting with proper language?
What do y'all want to do, Don?
Well, what my thought is, if these things come in, they're going to have to be permitted to make sure that you're going to have the plats, you're going to have all those things. I think just the normal inspection process is adequate because the fire marshal's going to go out and make sure that the roads are wide enough and built the right way and all those sort of things. So I think just the standard process is all that we need. I think it's more than adequate.
Maybe a way to handle it.
And I'll move that we just use the standard process that we have in place now and remove these provisions from it.
I'll second that.
Any further comment from council? Have comment from the floor on this? Motion has been made that we make no special provisions for these mobile home parks, the RV parks, but that we in fact use the existing permitting inspections that are in place right now, that we move forward under the same procedures as everyone else has to live with. Is that a fair way to state it? Does that make sense, Alicia?
Well, the ordinance stays as is, except for no future inspections even on the new units.
Is that part of the motion, Don?
Sure.
Is that part of the second,
That's
Rodney?
what I'll agree with on the second.
No further inspections, and we follow the current laws and regulations as far as permits. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one. Let's move on to number 14. First public hearing, consideration, introducing an ordinance of the City of San Angelo amending the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo by amending Chapter 12, Exhibit C, Land Development Subdivision Ordinance, by 1, amending Chapter 3 entitled Definitions by refining certain terms, defining newly added terms, 2, amending Chapter 4 entitled Classification of Subdivisions by amending Section 2 entitled Minor Subdivision or Re-subdivision, adding a provision for certain subdivisions laying out spaces for manufactured housing, parks, mobile home parks, recreational vehicle parks. Number 3, amending Chapter 5 entitled Procedural Requirements for Processing Subdivisions, Section 3 entitled Stages of Development Review by restating Subpart B, Minor Subdivisions, to add a process for plat approval of manufacturing housing park, mobile home park, recreational vehicle park spaces, and 4, amending Chapter 9 entitled Subdivision Design Policies, Section 1 entitled Lots by restating paragraph 1, zoning requirements of Subpart B, lot dimensions, amending Section 3 entitled Streets and Roads, Subpart A, general design guidelines, restating paragraph 1, public access, providing for access to park space from internal streets, and adding a new paragraph 7 entitled Manufactured Home Park, Mobile Home Park, Recreational Vehicle Park Developments, providing paving standards and prohibiting primary access from certain streets, and amending Section 8 entitled Street Name Signs by adding a provision for street signage on internal subdivision streets, providing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. AJ, and I have no idea what I just read.
Very briefly, the changes that are proposed in the draft subdivision amendments include just those items. Number 1, there was a recommendation in the zoning ordinance piece, which we'll get to in a moment, to specify minimum sizes for spaces. That would also be echoed in the subdivision ordinance. Also, we would be setting a maximum density of 10 spaces per acre. That would be figured cumulatively. We would be setting a minimum lot size of 10 acres for each park. Again, that would be for new parks, not existing parks. Setting a minimum buffer of 100 feet. There was a 1,000-foot measurement that you gave us, and we've made that amendment accordingly. We did leave it in the subdivision piece to apply to subdivisions within the ETJ simply because they don't have the ability to require that distance. And so they were happy, the county seemed to be happy with the 100-foot buffer, so we've left it but written it as such that it only applies to subdivisions within the ETJ, not the city limits. We have also required that the internal streets be paved. That was an edit that was suggested from the last meeting. The recommendation from the committee to require primary access to the park not be from a local street, to try to keep that traffic on major streets. And then lastly, to require signage for internal street naming for emergency vehicle access and that sort of thing. So those are, in short, the changes, but we can dive into any of those if you'd like.
Council? Charlotte?
I want to add something right here, and I'm specifically speaking to AJ. I know how many hours you have spent on this. It's been your evening hours, weekend hours. You've researched and you have worked with the committee, and none of us up here can possibly imagine the amount of time that you have spent on this.
Thank you.
And to do it accurately and appropriately. And I have to say that I came to the conclusion after reading all of your drafts, et cetera, and so forth, that this was classic textbook. You absolutely applied your training, your knowledge, and your degree into redoing this. And if you were building a city tomorrow, starting from scratch, it would be perfect.
Right.
And I commend you for that. I applaud the efforts that you have done on that. It's been outstanding.
Thank you.
But we're not brand new. We're not perfect, and our city just didn't start, and we're kind of set in our ways. So in my opinion, for this council member, what we're doing up here today in no way diminishes or ridicules the work and the effort that you have put into this. It simply reaffirms that I'm acknowledging your ability, and I'm just trying to make it to fit a new textbook case fit in an old existing town where we're really set in our ways. And I
Understood.
thank you. And
thank you
staff.
very much. Thank you.
Well said.
I move to approve.
Yeah.
Second.
Well, this one was easy
Yeah,
thus
let's
far.
get it done.
Do I have further council comments on this?
Moved. Second.
Move in a second. Charlotte. Do I have anything from the public on this?
Yes.
Come ahead, sir. This does not apply to existing parks.
At all.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Brown, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park. Last council meeting, I introduced myself as a man who is not satisfied. I don't like the way this ordinance is written, just for the fact, if I decide to buy another park in town, I'm in trouble. I'm going to have to follow new rules. I understand that. However, the problem I have is not that the ordinance is going into effect, but I think it's written wrong. It has wrong language. It has wrong dimensions. I'm representing RV sites. I can't speak as to mobile home parks. Again, I would like to reiterate that I want the RV parks and mobile homes separated. If we're lumped together, I think I lose some of my rights. The other thing is, I would really like somebody to take one of these copies of the standard RV sites that's written by a national organization. If you'll look at the ordinance, or the draft, I'm sorry, you will notice everything's written according to mobile home specifications. I don't have a problem with that, except I'm not a mobile home park. I'm not a mobile home operator. An RV site needs to be built a certain way. Some of the things that I would just like to point out to you, just to show you, is that they require only 10 sites per acre. However, if you have mobile homes on that acreage, you're allowed, if I read the code properly, they're allowed to be within 10 feet of each other on boundary lines. However, if you build an RV site that's only 10 per acre, you're requiring me to keep them 55 feet apart if I divide it equally. Also, the definitions of what an RV is, a definition of a park model, the definition of sizes, the definition of what's required, is no way has it considered what a national standard is. They're actually written wrong. And so what I'm afraid of is you start putting ordinances in that are written with wrong definitions, you're going to get in trouble. I'm sorry, it's going to cause complications whenever you get further down the road and somebody starts challenging wrong definitions. So I would respectfully disagree with this and really appreciate some more input before any action is taken on it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
He makes a good point.
Call for a vote.
Any other public comment on this? I do have a motion. I do have a second that we accept this as presented. This is the first reading. I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
No. Okay, let's see the nays. 1, 2, 3 nays. Got 1, 2, 3. This comes back next time. We have a tie vote.
Oh, is it tied?
No, Johnny.
Johnny's not here.
Yeah, I'm voting for it. So that's 3 against and 3 for. So it's going to come back next time.
I thought we lost that one.
Bring her back again. Let's go to number 15.
Hey, can we get him on that committee?
It would really have been a nice thing had he been on the committee from the get-go.
The RV, the reason why I voted against this is because he does have a very good point. We're talking about mobile homes, and his and Marshall's situation is a totally different thing. The numbers are all different and everything, and I don't think anybody understands that.
The only way that I went ahead and voted for it is because this ordinance has the opportunity for people to apply for a variance. Yeah. So if it is an RV park and there is a problem, then they can come to the city council and say, this doesn't make sense according to these definitions. I would like a variance, and that way we would be able to allow it. So there's still a variance. There's still an appeal process, even if we pass the ordinance. And that's the reason I voted for it.
Okay. Unless somebody makes another motion, it's going to.
Unless somebody wants to change their vote, we'll have to bring back
I'm not
first.
changing.
Anybody going to change? Bring it back on the first. Number 15 is first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance by amending Article 3, use regulation, Section 310, use table, restating that part of the use table designated residential use categories, group living. Number 2, amending Article 3, use regulation, Section 313, residential use category, Subpart 8, group living, expanding the definition of group living. Number 3, amending Article 4, specific use standards by redesignating restating Section 407 is campground RV parks, establishing standards for the use and development of campground recreational vehicle parks. Number 4, renumbering Section 407 is 408, and renumbering Section 408 through 425 is Sections 409 through 426 respectively. Number 5, amending Article 4, specific use standards, Section 415, manufactured housing park standards, restating manufacturing housing park standards. Number 6, amending Article 5, general development standards, Section 501, residential district standards, Subpart A, residential district regulations, modifying lot size and density requirements. Number 7, amending Article 5, general development standards, Section 509, fences, Subpart B, height standards for required privacy fences. Part 3, maximum height and required front yards, adding exceptions for MHP and MHS zoning district and special use campground RV parks. Number 8, amending Article 8, definitions, Section 804, defined parks, adding definitions, providing a cumulative clause, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. AJ.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is probably the most comprehensive set of amendments, but I'll try to work through them quickly as well. First, the first proposed change that you see here on the screen is regarding the use category group living. One of the weaknesses of the existing ordinance that we work with is it does not in any way address workforce housing of a temporary nature. And so the committee recommended amending the definition for group living to encompass those uses. We also went through several versions of the draft as to where group living could be allowed within the city limits. And so we had a committee recommendation, and then from the March 4th meeting, you all had made some recommendations on edits, and we've made those in the draft. So as the draft is presented to you today, group living would be allowed with approval of a special use. Again, as a reminder, that comes through the Planning Commission and to you as a council to approve. In the zoning districts shown here, which would be the CH or heavy commercial, OW or office warehouse, and CG/CH or general/heavy commercial. So that's the first major change in this. Moving forward, the definition of group living, as I alluded to a moment ago, was updated, and it does include specific language for temporary housing of more than 1 month but less than 6 months, and workforce housing. The reason it specifically states of more than 1 month is because anything less than that is considered hotel motel. We don't want to create a conflict with that, so that's the second change that's proposed here. Moving on, we did catch this between the last meeting and this one. So this is a kind of a new addition. We noticed in doing a last-minute proofreading that there is a section in the ordinance that defines campgrounds and recreational vehicle parks of less than 30 days as being a retail sale or service. That seems to be at cross purposes with the intent of limiting where those can go. And so we have recommended an edit to strike that from the existing ordinance. The next large change is an additional chapter, additional section to Chapter 4 that outlines the specific standards for campground/RV parks. Remember, in the zoning ordinance, we look at RV parks and manufactured housing parks as two separate animals. Manufactured housing parks have a dedicated zoning district. Campground/RV parks is a use type that under a special use approval can be allowed in certain parts of the community. So we've made sure to maintain a separate way of looking at those two parks. And within the guidelines, many of these are familiar to you from the March 4th meeting, but since the March 4th meeting, we did add the edit here in green regarding the 1,000-foot measurement from the perimeter of the park to any residential district. And just for clarification's sake, we took the discussion you had as to how that should be measured and codified that so it cannot be misinterpreted moving forward. Other changes suggested at the March 4th meeting included striking the section here in green regarding the 100-foot buffer, and so we have done so accordingly. There was another edit suggested to add language requiring paving of internal streets within the park. We've made that edit as well. And then towards the end of Article 4, we had a recommendation from a committee member that was concerned with having an improved surface of some sort that could withstand the weight of an RV unit. And so we worked with our city engineer to come up with some different alternatives in addition to the definition for paving we already have on the books, so that there are different choices that they can select from. Or, of course, they can appeal to staff for an alternative that's not listed here, as long as it meets the intent of accommodating the RV placement.
AJ, on that one,
Yes.
It's kind of moot because if it'll support a fire truck, it'll support an RV.
This is in regards to, as I understood it, the space, not the parking space itself, which is already required to be paved, and not the fire access itself, which is already required to be paved, but what we would call the pad is essentially where you would place the RV. One of the committee members expressed their concern that over time, the weight of those vehicles, if the ground underneath it was not supported or improved in such a way that it could support the weight of the vehicle, it would create issues with the moving in and out.
Gotcha.
Does that help? Okay. Also, we made some edits at your direction regarding the manufactured housing park standards, again, a separate category from RVs. The 10 contiguous acres that was in the original draft, but duplicating the language elsewhere in the ordinance talking about the rights of ways and alleys, et cetera, counting towards that existing acreage. And again, duplicating the 1,000-foot perimeter distance that you'd like to see. In Chapter 5, we have made no additional edits from the March 4th meeting. That remains exactly as it was on March 4th. And then into the definitions, again, many of these definitions cross-reference definitions established elsewhere in our city code. In the event that we didn't have those definitions, we took them from sources such as the Texas Transportation Code. And so those remain also intact as you saw them on the 4th. So in short, that is the sum of all of the changes that we have made per your direction on the 4th, but we can talk about any of those items if you'd like to do so. Yes, ma'am.
Charlotte.
Could you explain the EJT to me? I mean, I know what it is, but I'd like to know the distances from city limits to county, and conversation with the county as to if they're going to follow these guides or...
Okay, I can talk about that. The ETJ, extraterritorial jurisdiction, is the area immediately surrounding the city limits. It is dictated in size based on the population of the city. So based on our population, it is 3.5 miles. Once we get up to 100,000 inhabitants or more, that would bump up to a 5-mile radius. Within the ETJ, our zoning does not apply. Counties have very limited scope of authority as to what types of regulations they can pass. However, state law does require the city and the county to come together and have an interlocal agreement, which we'll talk about on the next item, that dictates who is going to take the burden of regulating subdivisions within the ETJ. In our current arrangement, that is the city. In our proposed arrangement, that is still the city. As such, these zoning regulations that we're reviewing on this item would not apply within that area, but the subdivision ordinance regulations that you just approved in the previous item would apply to parks within the ETJ. That's essentially the extent of what we can apply in that area. And so we've worked with the county to try to help them as much as possible by sort of pushing the limits of what we have on the books that we can apply as each application comes in. So far, Mr. Valenzuela can speak to this. We've met with the county and we did get I think positive feedback from that meeting, and then we will also be meeting with the Commissioners Court next week to get hopefully a final approval on that.
Council?
I'm satisfied with this ordinance as
Motion
amended.
to approve. You can say, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I can't hear out of this side.
Go right ahead.
No, I can't hear. Go ahead.
Make your motion, that's fine.
Motion to approve is presented.
Anybody want to second
I'll
it?
second that.
Further council discussion? I hate to say this has been easy, but I'm opening it up to the public now. Come ahead.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, let's don't have any repetitious presentation.
Yes, sir.
My comments do pertain to this ordinance only. I appreciate the comment. I'm Lee Brown of Spring Creek Marina and RV Park. Some of the things in that, I didn't quite get the number when it said that RV parks were removed from the entertainment classification. That's some of the things I'm really trying to get across to you, that according to the state of Texas, we are entertainment and services providers. So basically, the city has actually taken me out of the category of motels and I can't remember restaurants what were on there. According to the Texas Penal Code, we are a service provider, just like a restaurant or a motel, hotel. Therefore, I think the ordinance is wrong. Just an example of park model definition. It says it's less than 8 feet by 40. There are no travel trailers anywhere that are less than 8 feet. Park models by recreational vehicle industry is defined as a travel trailer that is and according to the state of Texas, all mine are titled as travel trailers, have a square footage of less than 400 feet. They don't put a dimension on it. Mine are actually 12 feet wide. Also in there, some of the comments on no dry camping, things like that. I know we're talking about new services and what have you. Again, I just want to reiterate that things are defined wrong. We need to be careful. Thank you.
Further public comment? Further comments from the council? The motion has been made that we accept this as it is presented. It has been seconded, and I felt real good about it before you walked up here. It's time to call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nay.
I think I'm going to go nay on this one as well. That puts us right back where we were last time.
Can we have city staff directed to meet with Lee?
That's what I recommended earlier.
We've got to.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I want to do, and make sure that we get that ironed out.
Lee, is that fine with you? You meet with them, and we get these little things hammered out and bring it back, and then we'll get it the way it needs to be done, right? Okay, let's just do that. Daniel's right. He's the one that suggested it earlier. We just need to do that on those 2 items, but the other ones are done.
We've got to do this right.
Yeah.
We can't throw something together that's not right, that's not legal, that doesn't meet definitions, and then because then we're going to have to come back and change it. So we might as well do it right to start with.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's the reason I voted against it. We need to get it right. So staff, it's just not over yet. We need to work on it a little more.
We'll take care of it, Mayor.
Bring us back something that'll work.
Okay. AJ, you're really close though. You're almost
You'll make
there.
it, girl.
You'll
make it.
You're awesome. You're doing a good job.
You're in the RV park.
It's been up here too long today.
And it's not that we don't appreciate you, AJ, but we've got to get it right. All right, let's go on to number 17.
We skipped number 10. Are we ever going to go back to number 10?
You want to go back to it now?
Yeah, because he's here, Tad's here, and I think police officers here.
Is that what you're waiting on, Tad?
Yeah, can we just?
That's my mistake. I apologize. I meant to go back to it, and I just completely forgot it.
I'm sorry. 13?
Mayor, if we might clarify the motion, how it was read. Was it a motion to approve and exclude, or was it?
Motion to approve is presented.
Okay, that's what we were.
Now that's
Thank you.
That's on which one, ma'am?
13.
13. No, I don't think we ever did 13. All we did was made a motion that we would exempt existing parks, and that's what we voted on, and that's where we quit. I don't think
we
13
didn't
was. I didn't think 13 was ever handled. I didn't think we ever completed it.
I had motion to approve and striking the inspection process.
Oh, okay, that's right. And we approved that.
Yeah.
What I had in the motion is motion to utilize standard inspection process. The introduction was not approved.
No.
It was just one part of the motion.
We approved it all except for doing the inspection
That's
process. Right. That was my understanding.
Yeah, that we would use standard, the practices that we have now to permit, there would not be any special permitting. Yes, that was your motion.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
That was your second.
Yes.
And that was our vote.
And
yes.
that's what I had. I just didn't have the introduction of the ordinance.
Yes. It was done, ma'am.
Okay.
Are you confused as well?
I'm getting there.
Yeah. Let's go back and pick up number 10, and I apologize, Ted, I just missed
lose
it.
another council member.
This is discussion, possible action regarding utilizing Lake Nasworthy trust funds for the construction of a police department boathouse to be located on city property. Mr. Fleming.
I met with Tad probably 6 months ago. It was early on when we met the first time, and I met with the police officers, and we started discussing. This is a project that's been thought about for probably several years now, and I think that Tad and the Homeowners Association out at Lake Nasworthy has taken it under their control to try to get this pushed through, and I'm totally in favor of this. What they're wanting to do is, right now, the police boat is stored out at the airport, I believe, and if there is ever an emergency, they have to drive out to the airport, get it out of storage, go to a ramp, which now there are 6 fewer ramps to even go to. I don't know where the closest one would be, and put the boat in the water if we had an emergency in the water out on Lake Nasworthy. What the police would like to have is a boat dock that's on Lake Nasworthy, where their boat would sit on Lake Nasworthy, and it would be stored and it'd be locked up. What I'm proposing to do is not use general funds for this, use the Lake Nasworthy Trust Fund, and use that money to build this. And actually this summer, this is not good for us, but this summer could be a really good summer to build that, because the lake is going to be so low, it might make it easier to build the dock out there that's in place. I'll let Tad kind of talk about the design of it and the area of it, if you can.
And Chief and Lake Ranger, I apologize to y'all as well for holding you here.
I'm sorry.
I just missed it. I missed it. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Ted Logan with the Lake Homeowners Association. I'm not sure I know how to work all this.
Yeah. She'll show you.
Cut 23.
Yeah, it's cut.
Yeah, and what do I do to move it? Just hit F5 or?
No, it's like, that's it, it's just that one picture.
No, there's 5 of them, or 4. There's
Sign language.
You just roll it down.
Just roll
and
it
go
up or down. Okay.
Cherokee or Arapaho. Sign language.
Okay, where we're proposing to locate this is at an old pump station, an inlet. We're going to put it out on the outer perimeter toward the lake, so that we're in the deepest water possible, of course, trying to get out of that inlet. And if it was ever needed to be used as a pump station again, we wouldn't be interfering where it couldn't be utilized. Basically, as Rodney was stating, I mean, the police are actually renting 3 facilities, I believe, right now, and they can expand upon that, but I think they're spending about $700 a month for rentals to store equipment, the boats and the trailers and what all they have. And what we're trying to do, and of course, like he was saying, the response time is 20 to 30 minutes minimal now. This should get us where we're within 5 minutes. We're going to have the boats on the water. They'll have a storage room to lock up where they can have a desk, material. They'll have all the equipment there. So they're ready to get in a boat and be on the lake, which we've needed for years. We haven't had many fatalities out there, but when we do have a bad situation like we had 2 or 3 years ago, we can't be 20, 30 minutes out there. Somebody's going to drown. So it's, I think this is a very, very much needed situation. Of course, as he was saying, this summer might be a pretty opportune time, just the fact that construction could be done for a little less. But what we've laid out, we've gotten with the police department far as the boat sizes, the slip sizes they needed. We've accommodated everything that they need here to accommodate the boats they have now or future boats, allowing for a couple of feet in length if they need that down the road. But these would be pretty good sized slips where they can get both boats in and out of the water completely, so that we're maintaining them as well as possible. We are going to do a little storage facility over at the side here, which will be self-contained, basically be locked with a door. We are going to do a security system tied in however they wanted, a wireless security. Of course, it would have contacts at both doors in here, probably 2 motion detectors, so that we could would be set off if you have any ingress or egress that's not supposed to be there. The lifts are figured into this. The overhead doors, we figured in lighting and basic wiring. It's pretty minimal. Basically, these are showing light fixtures distributed throughout the boathouse, which you can kind of see where those are. This would be one in the storage room, and then basically scattered around. These are going to be basically for chargers, so that they can have chargers immediately plugged in right at the boat there. And then we've just got them probably every 5 feet around, so as they have equipment or need anything, we've just got outlets where they can be utilized. This is kind of the end view that would be on the lake. We're going to put in some ventilation vents because, again, our summers are not cool. We were going to put a thermostatically controlled fan on that, so we are pulling some heat out of there. Also ventilating the little storage room so that it would get some air movement. Basically, that's pretty much, I mean, an overview of the structure. And like I said, we're making 10 by 10 doors because these boats completely out of the water, motor and all, are 10 feet tall with the top little roof area they've got over the steering wheel. But anyway, we feel like this would be a very good asset for the city. It's going to help give a presence at the lake that we haven't had with the police. This is going to be pretty much centrally located. It's on city property. We've got good road access in and out now. Gene Scotty owns the adjacent property, and he said he's got a ramp right there adjacent to this property, and he said we can utilize that in whatever form or fashion we want. If we wanted to cut a gate through between his property and this, that would be fine, where they could put a boat right in the water there on his ramp, pull the trailers right through the gate over there and park right adjacent to the boathouse. So anyway, this is something that we've been working on off and on for a year. We feel like, I mean, of course, it's a situation where I feel like at some point in time this is going to be able to help us maintain the lake better, give us more presence of the police on the lake, and give them the ability to expedite emergency situations in a much better fashion. But,
thank you, Ted.
Do you have anything to add, Rodney?
No, I think you did a great job. One of the things that I want to also point out, I believe that all the police staff has really put in a lot of hours of work on this, as well as you guys have.
Right.
And this is not something that we just came up with in the last month. This has been a long, long process that you guys have gone through. Lots and lots of meetings on this, and they've already had an architect draw up these.
Right.
The homeowner association has kind of put it out there where they've spent a lot of money on this.
For y'all to put it out for bids, we've got to have an architectural seal. I went ahead and did that, knowing that this is where we've got to go. We had basically gotten the basic elements involved, but I had Gary Donaldson go ahead and put it out there to scale with his seal on it, approving all the structure and how it's being built, so forth.
Thank you, Dan. Charlotte?
The questions that I have in looking at the layout, you mentioned egress and ingress, and Cattail Lane, it shows no road to get into the property. down at the bottom there, so other than by boat, there's not a way to get to it.
Yeah, there is.
There is.
I said it's not
it's
showing
kinda
on
hard
the
to
picture
see.
here that there's a road.
Basically, it's only about 20 feet wide up there where you come off the main Cactel Road. But it goes right to all that little blue area. Basically, that is all the property, which gives you ingress from that all the way down to the water on both sides of the
But
slip.
there's not a surface-built road there. That's the access. that we're
Well,
looking at.
it's a caliche road at this
Okay.
point.
My other concern, and I don't agree,
Sure.
I disagree with you one bit on it's needed and they're deserving and all of that.
Right.
I certainly do not. How much is this going to cost?
Well,
even the
that's-
ballpark?
I would think we're looking at 60 to 70,000.
And we only have $60,000 to spend.
Well, that's why we wanted to get it out for bids. We might come in at 50, but I wasn't aware of how much was actually out there to be spent at this time.
I believe, and Mr. Dane, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can only spend the interest earnings of 1 year, not an accumulative, but the interest earnings of 1 year.
Okay.
But doesn't that add up after several years? I think it's.
I'm not familiar with the 1 year restriction. We can spend the 90% of the interest earnings.
Yeah,
I'm not aware of the of only 1 year, because we do have an accumulated amount. But if council directs that this move forward, we're going to need to true up and be on firm ground when we say that source of funding is available. And so
isn't this the same fund that we pulled $330,000 out of for a consultant?
That's because we don't have any money.
Yes,
but that's more than 1 year's interest.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure that it's.
So I don't see that the year.
And I thought we had more than 100 right now.
I'm looking at the current Blue Book, February 28th, year-to-date, $60,881.
Yeah, but that's just this year. There's more money
Yeah.
that's in there, I believe.
That's correct, that there is an amount, an accumulated amount that we have set aside, and that has been set aside in the operating fund, so that there wouldn't be confusion about what was available and not available. And so
we might have to hire a consultant to do this, then we can spend any amount of money.
Let's please don't.
I move that we move forward and get staff's recommendation whether we can do this or not.
Well,
I'm pretty sure
I think we're
can.
going to find that we can use it. I think what would give us comfort is knowing a specific request amount for funding for this project.
So we need to, maybe I move that we put it out for bid.
Well, if it's not something we necessarily need to publicize, but that we have a certain amount, or that. But if, for our sake, we want to make sure that an appropriate amount of money is there and available. Right. Not just that it's legal to spend, but that the amount is there and available.
Yeah.
And so
we just want to build this facility that they've all come together on to design.
No problem. We'll be glad to.
Clarify your motion.
We'll be
Clarify
glad to
your motion, Rodney.
I move that we move forward with the process of getting the bids in place, and then we will decide if we're going to spend the money or not. Going to accept the bids.
Right.
Anybody want to second that?
This will, by the way, Mayor, for clarity's sake, this does not commit you to spending the money. This just directs staff to move forward, because we would need to come back with some specific authorization.
Okay. Yeah. Marty, you going to second it?
I was wondering if Miss Tina had something she was going to interject. Oh, okay.
I want to be sure the police department's satisfied with this.
Well, I also don't want to get the cart before the horse and put it out there if we don't have the money for it.
I think she's probably.
I was going to say briefly, we had discussed this a little bit with Councilman Fleming earlier, a few months ago, I think. And we did at that time have about $200,000 that was uncommitted.
Yeah.
But we had also discussed other things like the pipe rail fence and some other things. So we would need to make sure what we wanted to use the remaining money that was there.
And we don't want to spend 200,000. We don't want to spend 100,000. We need to get it closer to the 50 or 60,000 if we can do that.
Right, and
Yeah.
Right.
I think we can do it.
I think what she's saying, though, is that there are other projects out there.
There are
Well, they're several of those projects are my projects. I
Right.
know.
And we want to make sure that we spend that money on the priority that you set.
Yeah.
And
This is number one.
Tim, did you want to talk to this?
I thought that's what you said about the last project.
They're all number one.
There's 1A and 1B and 1C.
Yes, Chief.
I think that we're very pleased, and I'm very appreciative of the Lake Homeowners Association doing the work that they've done. This has been in discussion for more than a year. It's been in the discussion for several years. I know, especially since we took over the lake, there was a lot of deterioration because of the boats being left out at the airport, out in the. Anyways, we had to rent facilities to keep those, and I think it's really about public safety and having the ability to get those boats out on the water as quick as possible, and not working there on the lake, and I depend a lot on these guys to tell me what's going on. But I can tell you, especially in a water incident, I think time is of the essence. Yes, ma'am.
Are there slips or boat slits available to rent on the water?
No.
Now? I mean, I don't know.
No, I think everybody that has one it's their personal one.
There are no commercial boat slips for rent out there. Commercial, and it would have to be commercial in order for us to do this.
Right.
So we're going to save some rent money.
We're going to save some rent money, absolutely.
All right.
$700 a month.
Then in that
We
case,
have
I'll
anything to
second
do
it.
with it? Do you have a place for it if we save a little?
I bet I can. I'm sure Michael probably has some money, a place for it. 700 more.
Did you second that,
I'll
Marty?
second it.
Boy,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. We've not spent any money yet. We just want to see what it's going to cost us.
If
Yes,
it comes
sir.
back to 100 or 150, I mean, we would.
Yeah, we'll turn it down.
Sergeant Wes Bowden, San Angelo Police Department. I supervise the Lake Division. Most of the information given here today to y'all is correct information. We currently have 2 fully equipped police boats. One is stored at K&K Storage, which is directly across the street from the airport, and the other one is stored at Red Bluff Storage on the corner of Red Bluff and Knickerbocker Road. From a public safety standpoint, what we're doing right now, it doesn't make any sense at all. I don't have the manpower or a place on the water right now to keep a boat accessible and ready for emergency situations. So when we get that call, whether we're on duty, whether we're off duty, it involves somebody having to respond to the storage, get the boat hooked up onto the truck, tow it to a ramp, and get it loaded, and then at that point now you're available to respond. Best case scenario, 15 to 20 minutes. I mean, a boat crash, possible drowning, boats broken down in the main body of the water, or in the main body of the lake, and they're taking on water where you're going to wind up with people in the water, and that's just not an acceptable response time. If you're in the water and you're in a bad situation, if I don't get to you for 20 minutes, you're probably not still going to be okay when I get there. This design that was put together, we had a great deal of input on that. This facility will be able to handle 2 boats, the 2 we have now, or anything that we would have in the future. It's plenty big enough to support it. One other thing that hasn't been brought up, we store a bunch of our equipment, body recovery things, rescue devices and stuff. That's stored in a city building behind Spring Creek Marina. So depending on the nature of what we have right now, we may have to send somebody to go get the boat and get it to the water, and send somebody else to go to the storage and throw that stuff in the back of a truck. And this is going to eliminate all that, because everything will be in one place at one time. Worst case scenario, if this is approved and we finally get this done, worst case, 50% better response time, and I would say it's probably going to be realistic, probably 70 to 75% quicker response time. So from a public safety standpoint, I can't believe this hasn't been done already a long, long time ago.
Well, you just changed my mind, because I was going to vote against it because I didn't have a dollar amount figure, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to send the wrong message to the police department or the wrong message to the people. And if it's me floating out there waiting for you for 30 minutes, I would have already drowned. So.
Yeah.
Questions?
Yeah.
Well, I was curious about them getting the boat in the water if we had a ramp that would work.
Do I have any public comment on this? Another 3-3 vote. No, we won't have a 3-3 this time, because Winky's gone.
There's 5 of us here.
Yes, sir.
I'm Lee Brown, the Spring Creek Marina, and honestly, the lake police are a very valuable asset at the lake. Being out there 7 days a week, you can really tell when they're present and when they're not. And on the responses, with being there out there 16 years, I've seen emergencies and how responses work. And whenever they're on the water and ready to go, it's amazing what can happen. And I think it's a good thing what they're offering.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Anything else from the council? The motion has been made that we send this out for RFPs for further, and then once we know what it's going to cost, to bring it back for final approval. So we're not spending a dime today. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 5-0 on that one. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, let's
Thanks,
see
Tad.
where we are.
I appreciate you.
Number 18,
Thank you, Tad.
16, 17.
We are, okay. We're going to push some of these agenda items back. But I think we need to take care of 16. Yeah, I know we need to take care of 16. Consideration of authorizing the city manager to execute a revised interlocal agreement in substantially the attached form between the city of San Angelo and Tom Green County, providing for subdivision regulation within the city of San Angelo's extraterritorial jurisdiction, EJT. Ms. Favre.
Briefly, what we're asking you to do essentially is, yes, to authorize the city manager to sign this agreement. This is the agreement I mentioned just a moment ago that dictates whether the city or the county has exclusive jurisdiction for subdivision regulation in the ETJ. There are a couple of changes that we're proposing making to the document, and I'll go over those very briefly with you.
Is this what you was talking about earlier, AJ? Just
yes, sir.
An interlocal agreement with the county as far as the EJT or
right.
ETJ?
We're not proposing any changes to the city overseeing that. The changes that we are proposing is that we would put upon ourselves the requirement to notify the county of each and every application we get. In our discussions with them, they have a desire to be more aware of development as it's occurring, and so that's something we can easily do that increases our communication with the county. We're also recommending spelling out very specifically who is in charge of assigning 911 addresses within the ETJ. It's not addressed in the current agreement, and there has been some confusion as a result of that. So we're spelling that out very clearly, that if it's within the county, that the county would be assigning those addresses so that it will be consistent with the addressing scheme they use throughout the remainder of the county. Those are really the two major changes. We've done some additional edits just in wording of the agreement. The terms are the same. We're proposing that unless either party decides that they'd like to terminate the agreement, that it will automatically renew itself every year. And once the city manager signs this, we'll be presenting the same document for approval to the Commissioner's Court next week. And if they approve it, then the county judge can sign it, and this agreement will wholesale replace the existing agreement on the books.
So we're simply voting to allow the city manager to negotiate with them to change, hopefully, to what we want.
And to sign it.
And to sign. Anybody want to move on this?
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Any further council comment? Any public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 5-0 on that one, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
You won one.
All right, we've got number
Thank
17, which is the first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending the 2013-214 budget. Ordinance of the City of San Angelo amending the budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2013, ending September 30, 2014 for capital projects, sale of equipment, new contracts. Jeremy Miller.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I've got two items for your consideration today. The first item is in regards to the Symphony reimbursement of maintenance expenses. This contract was approved back in October of 2012. It has an expense and a revenue of $6,500. The source of funding for this item will be the reimbursed expenses revenue from the Symphony. This item will be budgeted going forward, so we'll not have to keep bringing this to you. The second item is in regards to the Civic Events Coliseum Roof Project. This project was approved by council on February 18th and has an expense of $728,167. And the source of funding for this item will be the excess hotel occupancy tax dollars that are currently in the Civic Events Fund balance. I'd be happy to provide any additional information or answer any specific questions you might have.
Explain the symphony reimbursement. What is that?
It's in regards to the offices they have at City Hall, their shared portion of the maintenance expenses that wasn't budgeted, but they pay a portion of what's allocated for the building.
So in other words, the expenses of that area that they occupy is
Yes.
$6,500.
They reimburse us for that.
And they're coming up with $6,500 to give to the city to take care of this?
Yes, sir.
Electric and water. And
I just
et cetera
want to be
and so
sure it
forth.
wasn't the other way around, because they've got an awful sweet deal as it is. But it's just they're paying their share.
Yes, sir. It's just a reimbursement.
Okay. Any further council comment? Anybody want to move on this?
Move approval.
Second.
Do have a motion to approve. I do have a second. Do I have public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Drop a 5-0 on that one too, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Valenzuela says that we can push number 18 to another agenda. We've already dealt with 19. Mr. Valenzuela says we can push number 20 to another agenda. We have already worked on 21. We've already worked on 22. Mr. Valenzuela says that we can push number 23 to another agenda, which means that we're to 24. Does the council agree with pushing these?
Yeah, can we push 17?
We just got through with 17.
Oh, excuse me.
Let's not do it
I
again.
didn't put a check mark. I didn't put a check mark.
Very good.
Does council agree with this?
Yes.
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 Number 24 is consideration of and possible action on the matters discussed in executive closed session if needed. There is nothing to disclose. There was nothing discussed. There were no decisions made. Nothing to announce. Announcements, consideration of future agenda items. Start with you, Rodney. You have anything, sir?
Not at this time.
Marty?
No.
Charlotte?
I think they got enough to work on.
Don?
I'd like to get Mr. Dixon to give us a report on water, what the conditions are, how everything's progressing, more for the public, and what we're going to do when it gets here and what we're going to do till it gets here. So.
I think that's an excellent idea because our water situation is very, very dire, and the citizens need to understand just how dire it is. So, Ricky, we'll need you to make a report on that, please, sir. Anything else?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
While it doesn't require any specific future agenda item at this point, Roland Pena, our new executive director for the Development Corporation, did have a priority setting, goal setting session with that board last week in preparation for this group to have a similar kind of exercise with the city manager. And I think very soon, within days, I think he'll have a summary and be ready for that kind of activity with this group if necessary.
Very well. We'll schedule that as necessary. Charlotte?
I do have one comment. At the last council meeting, I believe it was, or I believe it was last council, Tuesday, I had requested an accounting of the Producers Park as well as the older Rio Vista Park, the funds that were committed, the funds that were spent, and where it was coming along. I wanted to let the public know that that accounting was provided for me, or to me, the very next day. And I was very impressed that it was readily available and handled, and everything appears to be in excellent condition, and as usual, under budget. So I wanted to make that comment, and thank you.
You mentioned Part, and Carl comes running.
Well, it had to do with you, Carl. It's your good work. I was very impressed.
He sticks his head around. Where did he come from?
I don't know, but he come running.
Did he come from his office?
Number 26, consideration of conducting a special meeting on the week of April 21st, 2014.
This was requested by Mr. Shane Kelton to review the RFP for the solid waste contract.
Have no problem. Anybody have a problem with it?
No.
You have a problem, Don?
No, sir.
You have a problem, Charlotte?
Sure.
We'll schedule that in the morning.
Does it do me any
Charlotte's
good?
the only one that doesn't have a problem. Scheduling. What do we want, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
9 o'clock? 9 o'clock, April 21st. Shane Kelton, garbage.
April 21. Isn't that a Sunday?
I don't know. It says April 21st here.
It's a Monday, isn't it?
Is,
Is it a Monday?
No, 15th.
Alicia?
Yeah.
The 20th's on a Saturday.
15th is on a,
It's on a
Tuesday.
Monday.
Tuesday.
It's on a Monday?
Monday.
It is on a Monday?
21st.
Yeah, it is a Monday.
It's after a Good Friday holiday.
Easter Sunday is the 20th, is that it?
Yes, it's the week of the 21st, and we're open to any day that week. We just want to make sure that
You
if we...
just want it in that week of the 21st?
In that week of the 21st. It doesn't have to be that day if that doesn't work with everybody's schedule. So we can move that forward as we go along. We're just, hopefully, once we meet with the committee and stuff like that, hopefully the committee, we just want to make sure that we have enough time with the council as a whole as we move through the process to ensure that we can move the process along fast enough to make sure that we don't hit any snags along the way trying to get this finalized while this council is still sitting.
Be good to secure a date.
Anybody have a preference? April 21 is a Monday, April 22 is a Tuesday. Anybody have a preference?
I'd prefer to get it over with on Monday earlier.
Okay.
Why don't we push this back? I mean, we're pushing
Yes,
this
sir.
thing.
No, and that's fine. So we just want to, anytime that week was good with us, we just wanted to make sure that we could get on everybody's schedule, so.
All right, with you, Marty, up 21?
yes, sir.
Shot it. Mr. Don?
Yes,
Where's-
sir.
Here?
Yes.
April 21, 9 o'clock, Monday, here.
Got it.
Very good.
Number 27, somebody help me.
Motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This
Second.
motion
There
is
was a
adjourned.
second.
It's 2:35.